to ride. Now say, whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, get ready to ride. Whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, whoa, get ready, bam-a-lam, get ready to ride. To ride. And here they are, folks, the Rangerettes. Let's hear it for the incredible supporters who help keep the Rangerette legacy shining bright. A huge thank you to our forever sponsors with the Kilgore Rangerette's Forever Foundation, Maria and Kevin Ritchie, and Callie O'Malley. Your generosity helps our beloved Rangerettes continue to kick high, travel far, and represent Kilgore College with pride.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our St. John Memorial Stadium for today's homecoming festivities at Kilgore College. This time, we want to welcome our students who've been voted on by the homecoming as homecoming king and queen. We will introduce the homecoming. Our broadcast, and we do want to welcome those of you who are viewing on our YouTube channel, our Kilgore College live stream on the KSC Sport Network. Mark Freed is announcing our homecoming court. Escorted today by King nominee Dalton Broach, representing the Ranger Band. Dalton is from Tatum and is a general studies major. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to announce our 2025 Kilgore College Homecoming King and Queen. This year's Kilgore College Homecoming King is Marcus Smith. This year's homecoming queen is Reagan Roberts. King is being crowned by Destiny Foster.
Chance to get into the playoffs, but if nothing else, the coaching staff does certainly remind you that you ended the season well. Same with these guys. I don't know currently today if there's recruits in the stands, but, it's not uncommon for a high school kid to come watch a game thinking maybe this is where I want to go next year. So obviously they want to put on their best show, and if a victory means that 3 or 4 star athlete coming here, it's a big deal.
Well, and also you consider the fact that these guys, these men that are on the field today, are looking for that next opportunity, right? I mean, they're playing to be on film, number one. They're playing to show their best on film, and they're playing for recruiting purposes to be able to get that next scholarship and to go on to the next level. So there's a lot at stake, really, for both of these teams today in the Southwest Junior College Football Conference matchup between Kilgore and Northeastern Oklahoma. Northeastern Oklahoma has improved this season. The Golden Oarsmen struggling last year, but this year things going a lot better for Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. As we take a look back a year ago to the conference standings as things ended. Let me get to those standings here in just a second. Northeastern Oklahoma was 2-5 last season in conference play and 3-6 overall. So my how the Golden Oarsmen have turned things around, and my how things have turned around for the Rangers, finishing at 4-4 in conference and 6-4 overall. Actually, they would have finished 4-3 in conference play before losing in the semifinals, and then again 6-4 overall for the Rangers. And so tables have turned for both of these teams, and for the Golden Oarsmen, it's a very proud football program. They won their share of national championships. Dale Patterson, their longtime head coach there, and led them to the promised land at Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. And so now it's a football program that Coach Zach Crisp is able to turn around this season. Again, a 4-2 record in conference and 4-4 overall, and making their way into the conference playoffs, striving to be able to represent the Golden Nors again in the Southwest Junior College Football Conference playoffs. So it's a very successful program. I like what Coach Gooden had said during the pep rally, homecoming pep rally on Thursday, when he called it this version of the Red River rivalry. You think of Oklahoma and Texas against each other in football, Northeastern Oklahoma against Kilgore College, with boasts a lot of pride in Texas in the Southwest Junior College Football Conference. And so this is a good matchup as well for both of these teams to play for a lot of pride for their state.
Yeah, I'm sure there's opponents today on the field that either went to high school together or maybe from the same high school conference, so that always lends a little more impetus to the game as well.
All right, well, we're looking forward to bringing this broadcast for you today on KTBB 600 AM, and also we want to welcome those of you who are viewing today on the Kilgore College Sports Network, the KC YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us for the broadcast. We will go ahead and take this time out on the Kilgore College Sports Network as we continue with our broadcast today. This will be a 3-minute timeout on the Kilgore College Sports Network and on AM 600 KTBB.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand as the NEO band performs their alma mater. Please remain standing as the Kilgore College Ranger Band performs the KC alma mater.
And welcome back to Kilgore College football on 600 AM KTBB, your only local news radio in East Texas, and also on the Kilgore College Sports Network on our KC YouTube channel. For those of you who are viewing, we'll let you listen to the Kilgore College alma mater.
Monday, we will celebrate Veterans Day. Because of that, we would like to take this opportunity to welcome any active service or former veterans. If you are here and are able, if you are a currently serving in our armed forces or a former servant, would you please stand that we may give you the honor and respect you're due. On behalf of Kilgore College and the Kilgore Athletics, thank you for your service. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you all please stand and join me in a moment of prayer. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for these veterans who have served and those that are currently serving, that give us the opportunity to gather for this kind of an event in safety and in freedom. Thank you for their service. Thank you for keeping them strong. We do pray that you would watch over us as we go through the game. Lord, this is a violent game, but we ask for safety for the players. Be with us. Help us to conduct ourselves in a way that would be pleasing to you. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Now would you please remain standing as the KC Chorale, under direction of Peter Cunningham, performs our national anthem.
That's pretty. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars for the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bursting in, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free, land of the free, and the home of the brave.
Performance by the Kilgore College Choir, the national anthem on the weekend before Veterans Day. Kilgore College will hold a Veterans Day celebration on Monday on the Kilgore College campus, and we will be telling you more about that, as that is a pretty important event at Kilgore College. Kilgore College does its best to serve veterans and give them the opportunity after their military service to continue on in their education and maybe even go on into a different career. So the appreciation for Veterans Day will be held on Monday, November the 10th at 11 o'clock. The event is scheduled to take place in Lee Mall, Mike Miller Plaza, as long as weather cooperates, because it could be a bit cold that day. At least that's what the weather forecast might be. And so we will certainly be able to have that event for you. Again, scheduled for Lee Mall, Mike Miller Plaza on the Kilgore College campus on Monday, November the 10th. And Kilgore College will be presenting the Veterans Hero Award to KC student veteran Daniel L. Matthews. So congratulations to Daniel Matthews. And again, we are proud at Kilgore College to be able to give honor and respect and opportunity to our veterans. And of course, Bob, you've had the opportunity to interact with veterans during the course of your career, not just in professional football, but also even working here at Kilgore College, seeing some of the people that not only work at the college, but some of the students. And I know that kind of has a special place in your heart as well.
Absolutely, Manny. Each home game, we would invite a group of veterans to come to our Saturday practice. Saturday typically is an easy practice, but gives you a lot of time to interact with the veterans and our coaching staff. When I was with the Niners and the Vikings both, we'd bring a group on, and it was a nice, we got as much out of it as the veterans did, I can promise you that.
Well, the captains are at the field awaiting the coin toss for today, and we'll see what the official has to say about that. So Northeastern Oklahoma has won the toss, and they're electing to receive the kickoff. So NEO will want the offense on the field first as they take on the Kilgore College Rangers. Looking forward to the broadcast today again on KTBB and on the Kilgore College Sports Network. Thank you all so much for joining us for the broadcast today. Kilgore College, for those of you who are listening and not watching, the silver helmets with a blue star on each side. They also have the blue jerseys with white numerals, and they are wearing the blue pants with Kilgore on the side of each leg. For Northeastern Oklahoma A&M, the Golden Domers of the Southwest Junior College Football Conference, the gold helmets, white jerseys with gold numerals trimmed in blue, and solid white pants. And so we'll have this game kicking off in just a moment as our officials crew is still gathered at the field. All right, NEO comes out on the field now in the all whites except for the helmet. The traditional gold for Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. So two men will be back deep to receive for NEO. Back for the Golden Norsemen, we see Tavares Deans, a freshman out of Cedar Hill, Texas. If that number is correct, because they have Tavares Deans listed as an offensive lineman. I might need to double check that number on the roster. It's been kind of a problem we've been having all year long here. And then also back to receive, it's going to be Jordan Warrior. He's a freshman wide receiver out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I probably was reading the number wrong. We'll go ahead and try to get a better view of that gold number on the white jersey for the man who's on the far side of the field. Yeah, it's listed as number 82 on the man's jersey. We'll have to see if we can get a correction later on. All right. All we know is Kilgore College is kicking off, and I think we can get those right. And that is going to be Gwonwoo Choi, the freshman place kicker out of South Korea, ready to tee it up for the Rangers. Choi will go ahead and put his right foot into it, pops it up, and we are underway from Kilgore. Ball is fielded at the 15-yard line, coming left side to the 20, up to the 30-yard line, 35, 40, left sideline, midfield to the 40, down to the 30, down to the 20, and the opening kickoff for Northeastern Oklahoma might be a touchdown, but Bob, you're waving it off.
No, I was waving it off like I don't think I see any flags.
Oh, well, that's good for Northeastern Oklahoma. So that for Northeastern Oklahoma, Jordan Warrior out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a kickoff return for the opening touchdown of the ball game. So we're only 14 seconds into the contest, and NEO is up by a score of 6-0. I'm going to double check the number to make sure on that young man, because carrying the football was Todd James, a freshman out of Aledo, Texas. There is a penalty flag on the side. So we did see a flag, but that's a sideline warning against Northeastern Oklahoma. That's just a warning. That does not negate the touchdown. So NEO has a 6-0 lead with 14:46 to play in the first quarter on a kickoff return for a touchdown. So NEO is on top, an 80-yard kickoff return to start the game. And, boy, that's the start you want to get on the road, isn't it, Bob?
No, that's not the start. First off, I apologize for the mixed signals because I did wave, but it was like I don't see a flag, so it's a touchdown. But, yeah, absolutely not the way you want to start. Kick return was executed lovely. They came up the middle of the field, broke to the left. It was obviously a left return and blocked very well by the offense.
So NEO on for the point after touchdown now.
It goes back to what we've discussed, Manny. 3 phases of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. Everybody's got to do their job.
So now waiting the point after touchdown.
Must be a TV timeout.
We're the only TV. And we're not even TV. Here's the snap. The ball is down. The kick is on the way. And that kick is through the uprights. The kick is good. And making that extra point kick, according to the roster, is Bryce Burgess out of Cypress, Texas. Might need to double-check a couple of things here as far as the roster is concerned. So 14:46 to play in the first quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 7 and Kilgore College nothing. An 80-yard kickoff return for the first score of the ball game. Let's go ahead and take this 60-second timeout, a 60-second break on AM 600 KTVB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. and they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Network. And a kickoff return for the Kilgore College Rangers off a short kickoff ends up being advanced to, they're going to keep on walking it up the field. That's good news for the Rangers, to the 33-yard line. So a first down for Kilgore College. And I believe that was Victor Thomas, one of the upmen, who ended up with a return for KC. All right, so the Rangers are down 7-0. 14:39 to play in the first quarter. Checking on some of the numbers on that NEL roster, we want to give credit to where credit is due. But an 80-yard kickoff return for the score. Leon Moskowski gets the starter quarterback for the Rangers on first down. He will hand it off to Ezel Jolly, the NJCAA Player of the Week, and Jolly will be bottled up, taken down for a gain of 3 to the 36. So second down and 7. You know, the Golden Norsemen are going to key on Mr. Jolly since he was the big stud last week for the Rangers in the backfield.
I was just going to say the exact same thing, Manny. With what he did last week, he's going to be a focal point of the defense, which hopefully the Kilgore offense knows that's coming and maybe do some play action with him.
On the stop for Northeastern Oklahoma, Quentin Shepard, a freshman from Argyle. So second down for the Golden Norsemen. Man in motion, the snap to Oskowski. It's going to be a jet sweep right side. And wow, the Golden Norsemen defense. Coach Gooden was telling me earlier this week it is a tough defense. The way they took care of Trinity Valley on the road. And coming up that time short on a run, Javion Showers. He got stuck at the 35 for a loss of yardage. A 1 yard loss. And making the stop is Kyron Dolby. He's a freshman defensive back out of Abilene, Texas. So now you're looking at a 3rd down and 8 for the Rangers at their own 35. 13:31 to play in the quarter. NEL 7 and Kilgore nothing. Not the way you want to start out homecoming for Kilgore College.
No, absolutely not. Let's get a first down here, though.
All right, let's see what the Rangers do here on this 3rd down play. The snap to Oskowski. Liam throws it right side. The ball is caught at the 36-yard line, and evading a tackler for a short gain for Kilgore College is Brandon Ward. Ward is a freshman out of Belleville, Texas. And where they mark him out of bounds? At the 39, so he'll just pick up 4 yards on the play. The Rangers will be shy of the first down. It's a 4th down, and Kilgore will need 4 for the first down.
Looks like they're going for it, Manny. This speaks probably to the aggressiveness, being it's the last game of the year.
So double wide to each side for the Rangers. Hard counts by Oskowski to try to dull the Golden Norsemen off sides. That's not going to happen. So Oskowski will do a quick kick for the Rangers from the 39. NEL's not expecting it. Now the Rangers can hope that they can chase it before it gets into the end zone. And it has fallen down at the 3-yard line. So a nice job for the Rangers to go ahead. And that was Javion Showers. Make it Brendan Ward of Kilgore College, who was able to get down there and down it at the 3-yard line. So Oskowski with a great kick on the quick kick. And Northeastern Oklahoma has it at its own 3. 12:22 left in the first quarter. 7-0 lead for the Golden Norsemen.
Yeah, that was a good play. We saw that in one of the previous games. They gave one attempt to get him to jump off sides on defense and then snapped the ball and did a quick kick. I was a little surprised. I thought maybe they would go for it, being that they've got nothing to lose today other than, have a good victory today.
So it's a first down for the Golden Norsemen at the 3-yard line. The Rangers having to kick it away. And that was a nice kick again by Oskowski. 64-yard kick by Oskowski. And first down carry. It's a short gain. One of the Rangers loses his helmet, so he'll have to come out of the ball game. So getting the start at tailback for Northeastern Oklahoma is Maddox Shelby, a freshman out of Athens, Texas. All right, we got a change in that. We don't have that number on the roster either. So I hope this is not going to be a terrible day of misidentification. Double wide receivers to each side for Northeastern Oklahoma. Second down. Pass comes over the middle, and it is incomplete, and the flag is going to be down. Now, that pass was well over the head of the intended receiver for the Golden Norseman, Christian Bond, a freshman out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. And they might flag a Kilgore College Ranger here. Again, that might have, if you're a fan looking at the game, you're going to think that's uncatchable. Deontay Mary, the sophomore linebacker, a redshirt out of Carthage, might be the one who gets the flag here with 11:58 to play. They're going to wave off the flag after all, Bob.
Oh, wow. Yep, I guess it was uncatchable because our Ranger defensive back 25, Corey Thompson, did grab him, but uncatchable.
So 3rd down and 9 from the 4-yard line. The first down carry just for a yard for the Golden Norseman. 11:58 to play. So the Golden Norsemen backed up to their own goal line.
And there's a lot of space in the middle of the field right now. Look for them to try to exploit that. Yep.
And that pass is behind the intended receiver and incomplete. So listed at quarterback, number 6 for the Golden Norseman, Carson Cooksey, out of Fort Worth, Texas. And the pass was behind the intended receiver, Antoine Woody. So it's a 4th down for the Golden Norseman. The Golden Norseman needing 9 for the first down, so the Ranger defense holds, and they should come up with good field position if all goes well. 11:53 to play in the first quarter, and it's a 7-0 lead for Northeastern Oklahoma. There's the snap and the kick away from the back of the end zone. Nice kick that is fielded at the 48-yard line of the Rangers, up midfield and down to the 47, making the 46-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma. The Kilgore College return man is Sean Ukeji. Nope, actually, I read that wrong. Take it back. That is Jalen Mayon. Jalen Mayon is the return man for Kilgore College. So we have 11:30 to play in our first quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 7 and Kilgore College nothing. So the Rangers had to quick kick it away on their first offensive possession. Good kick as far as numbers are concerned, and also pinning Northeastern Oklahoma back. That helps the Rangers defense. They are able to flip the field and get good position starting at the Nor's 46-yard line. 11:30 on the clock. Double wide receivers to each side for the Rangers. Lekowski on first down will keep it on the quarterback keeper left side. Liam will end up being upended at the 41 for a 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5, and it looks like another Ranger lost his helmet, and offensive lineman will have to come out of the ball game. But a nice job by Lekowski to get the first down.
Yeah, it was a good job. A little fake run. Quarterback option. Decided to take it for himself. Made a gain of about 5 yards. And that's always important. Stay in front of the chains, which just basically means, let's not get 3rd and long, 2nd and long.
All right, double wide receivers to each side for the Rangers. 2nd down from the 41 of Northeastern Oklahoma. And there is a sweep to the right side. That'll be a gain of 4 to the 37-yard line. James Johnson with the carry. 3rd down and 1 now for the Rangers. So the Rangers keeping it on the ground with 10:51 to play. And we do have a correction on the touchdown. The kickoff return was Alec Jackson of Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. He had the kickoff return for the score. So 3rd down and 1. This is Johnson, and he's going to plow through the middle, and he will get a first down at the 35-yard line of NEO. So he will end up picking up 2 on the play. Looks like the referee might give him the 34, but 3 yards on a first down as the Rangers are able to go up the middle and show some power. And yes, it is 3 yards. Not really a cloud of dust on this field that has rubber pellets underneath it, but still, it's a first down for Kilgore.
Would have made Woody Hayes proud.
10:05 to play in the quarter. 7-0. Northeastern Oklahoma leading. 80-yard kickoff return by Alec Jansen for the score. All right, there's the snap. And it'll be Oskowski faking it. Johnson fires the ball left sideline, and it is incomplete. Devontae Mosey was the intended receiver, but the pass ended up short, and it bounced off the helmet of the defender for Northeastern Oklahoma. So it'll be a 2nd down and 10 for Kilgore College. So good defense. Mosey wanted a flag. He's not going to get a flag on that particular pass play, but the Rangers with a 2nd down and 10 now. And the defender that time for NEO is Eric Harris, I believe.
Yeah, they split out Mosey to the left, single coverage. I think he was a little frustrated. The ball was a little bit underthrown. He had at least a step on his defender, and if the ball would have been out in front of him, it may have been a touchdown.
All right, 2nd down and 10, Kilgore. The Rangers with the ball, and this time some tough running for the Rangers. Upfield across the 30, perhaps the 29-yard line by James Johnson. They'll mark the ball at the 30, so that'll be a pickup of 4 on the play. So Kilgore facing a 3rd down and 6. On the stop is Caden Jones, a freshman out of Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I think they're in 2-down territory here, Manny, in the sense that if they get a good positive gain on 3rd down here, they're going to go for it on 4th down. There's no reason to punt it and or even try a field goal. Let's get the game tied up with a touchdown.
Yeah, the Rangers are ready behind the 8 ball, down 7-0. Under 10 minutes to play, actually closer to 9 minutes left in the first quarter. So on 3rd down, Oskowski rolling to his right after a fake. He gets hit, and he dumps it into the hands. And the ball is caught by the tight end at the 29-yard line. A nice catch by Chris Bowman Jr. NEO has a player down at the 30-yard line. Oskowski was going to get racked up, Bob, and he just throws it toward the tight end. And Bowman makes the catch and advances it upfield to the 29-yard line. The Rangers are looking at a 4th down, and they'll need 5 for the 1st down with 8:50 to play in the first quarter. But tied in as a safety valve that time for Kilgore College. The Rangers still facing a 4th down, and we have an injury timeout on the field. So we'll take a timeout as well with 8:50 to play in our first quarter. It's Northeastern Oklahoma 7 and Kilgore College nothing. Let's take a 60-second timeout on KTBB 600 AM.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
Yeah, and a timeout called now by Kilgore College. 8:25 to play in the first quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 7, Kilgore College nothing. As we return to our radio audience now, the timeout ended very quickly. The Rangers lined up that they were going to try a field goal. It would have been a 45-yard attempt by Choi. And then they went ahead and went upfield and did almost like they were going to do a tush push, which would have been a big one because it would have been a 5-yard tush push. Ball was at the 29-yard line. Choi went out as a wide receiver to the left-hand side, and the Rangers, all they did was try to draw out the Golden Norsemen off sides.
Well, it cost them a timeout. I don't want to question the call, but they did line up for the field goal. And then, like you said, man, they went in for a tush push. It's 4th and 5. Well, the defense is just going to go, you're not going to do that. So they outweighted them. And the gist of the whole thing was it cost a timeout for the Rangers. You might want to question that one when you look at the film tomorrow. They're going to go back to kicking the field goal, what they were going to do in the first place.
All right, so now the field goal will be at the 36. That's where the ball will be spotted, I should say. So Gwangwoo Choi out of South Korea on for a 46-yard field goal attempt. Now Rangers trying to cut into this NEO lead. Choi awaiting the snap, and now we have flags down and movement on the play. So were they able to draw with a hard count the Golden Norsemen into the neutral zone? And it looks like they might have, Bob. Referee hasn't made an official call yet, but the Ranger offense is running back on the field.
Wow, that's that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there you go. So the infraction goes against Northeastern Oklahoma, and the Rangers get a first down via the penalty. So you try to draw them off sides legitimately. Unable to do so, you have to kick a field goal. And it might have been just a hard count. I'm not sure what it was, but the Golden Norsemen ended up offsides, and the Rangers with a first down with 8:23 to play, down 7-0 to Northeastern Oklahoma. That was pretty odd sequence.
Yeah, that's goofy. I mean, hard count on a field goal is, I don't know how you can do that because the holder just reaches his hands up and asks for the snap. So really a crucial mental mistake by the defense. They shouldn't have done that.
So the Rangers end up with a football at the 24-yard line, trailing 7-0. 8:23 left in the first quarter. One wide out to each side for Kilgore. Johnson back in at the tailback position. First down for Kilgore. Oskowski. He'll hand it to Johnson, and he'll go up the middle and not get very far that time. Golden Norseman defense will allow nothing on the gain. Second down and 10. So a nice job by Northeastern Oklahoma. Getting credited for the stop is Jaden Swanson for NEO.
Yeah, Kilgore came out with 2 tight ends, and they just cut across the face of Jordan Thomas, number 88, for us and made the tackle.
Second down, left side sweep by the Rangers at the 25 to the 20, up to the 10. A flag is down into the end zone. It's a touchdown for James Johnson of Kilgore College, but a flag is down on the near side of the field, and it came down pretty quickly by the head linesman, and one of the Kilgore coaches is not happy with the call. I think this one might be coming back.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's our offensive line coach saying that it wasn't a hold.
Don't they always say that?
I always said it when I got called.
All right, so 7:48 to play, and the Rangers might have a touchdown scamper of 24 yards taken away by James Johnson. I think the Rangers are intent on running the football.
Absolutely. I think they saw the success they had last week, and they're kind of challenged.
Oh, they're picking up the flag, Bob.
Yep.
So the lobbying from the sideline pays off, and the Rangers get a touchdown. 7:48 left in the first quarter, and James Johnson scampers in from 24 yards out, and the Rangers are a point down, 7-6 to Northeastern Oklahoma. How about that, Bob?
Yeah, I think our offensive line coach may be pre-law, so he filibustered very strongly for his case and won.
Look at that in the political climate we're in, using the word filibuster. Good job, Bob.
Whatever it takes, Manny.
University of Minnesota graduate there. Woohoo! All right, here's a point after touchdown by Guan Wu Choi to try to tie the ball game at 7. Waiting the snap. Here it is. Ball is down. Kick by Choi is on the way. And that one is through the uprights. The kick is good. 7:48 to play. We are in the first quarter. It's Kilgore 7, Northeastern Oklahoma 7. So overall, a nice answer for the Rangers after giving up the opening kickoff return for a touchdown for the Golden Norsemen. 7:48 left in the first quarter. We're tied at 7. We will go ahead and take this timeout. Let's take a 30-second timeout, a 30-second break on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. And welcome back on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. 7:48 remains in the first quarter. Kilgore has tied it at 7 apiece. A nice drive for the Rangers to answer. And Kilgore's drive actually starting out because of the quick kick, pinning Northeastern Oklahoma back. Kilgore College got great field position at the NEO 46 and able to put it into the end zone for the score. So it's 7 apiece, the Rangers and the Golden Norsemen. 24-yard touchdown run by James Johnson of Kilgore College. So Dre Mitchell is on to kick it away now for the Kilgore Rangers. And this is going to be a bouncing ball, and it goes through the legs of one return man, picked up at the 16-yard line, up to the 20, going left side. Now reversing his field. That might not be a good idea because he's not going to have the corner, and he's taken down at the 21-yard line. Good job overall by the Rangers. That is Todd James who had the return for Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. And the Rangers with some great pursuit, finally making the stop for Kilgore College, Corey Thompson. And there's a flag on the far side of the field, Bob.
Yeah, reversing your field like that's never really a good thing unless you're a Tariq Hill or somebody with freaky speed. Plus, it puts your blockers in a compromised situation. They're thinking you're going one way. You reverse your field, and all you can do from a blocking standpoint is hang on. So this may be a hold.
So Todd James did have the first kickoff return for the touchdown. From downstairs, we were told it was different, but actually we saw it right from upstairs. Not bad. So Todd James with a kickoff return of 80 yards for the score to give NEO the 7-0 lead. The Rangers answered back just moments ago with the touchdown run by Johnson. James with a kickoff return here off a bouncing ball. Didn't get very far with his return. In fact, I don't think he gained anything. He picked it up at the 21, reverse field, and then ended up down at the 21. And the Rangers are called for holding?
That's, I don't know if I've ever seen holding on the kickoff cover team.
What would they be holding for? They'd be trying to tackle. But I am not the expert in the booth, Bob.
Hence my confusion.
Okay, first down for Northeastern Oklahoma at the 31-yard line. I have to ask the coaches about that during the week. I'm not 100% sure about that call. But that's why we're up here, I guess. 7:38 to play in the first quarter. 7 apiece, first down. Cooksey with a handoff coming left side, and the Ranger defense, and there's quite a few blue shirts that are there, put the stop on the NEO running back. He'll gain 1 to the 32-yard line, so second down and 9 for the Golden Norsemen on the carry for Northeastern Oklahoma. Well, we don't have that number on the roster. It should be number 28, at least on the field. We'll double-check that to make sure. Second down. Cooksey will hand it off again. And the Rangers, led by Kareem Edmond, are there to put the stop on the ball carrier one more time.
Yeah, also another good play by 14, Deontay Murray. He had his gap coverage and just stayed at home and made a nice tackle when the running back tried to cut back.
All right, so third down for Northeastern Oklahoma. They move the ball upfield to the 33s. It ends up being another pickup of 1. So third down and 8 for the Golden Norsemen with 6:33 left in the quarter. 7 apiece. Trips to the left, 1 to the right for Northeastern Oklahoma. Snap goes to Cooksey. Cooksey under a rush is rolling to his right, trying to be chased by Edmond, and he will throw it away. Out of bounds. Tried to get it upfield in the direction of NEO's Michon Graham. He is out of Troop, Texas. And ends up being an incomplete pass and a fourth down. And Northeastern Oklahoma will kick it away. So Carson Cooksey that time out of Fort Worth, the quarterback for NEO, unable to get the ball up the field. They just gained 2 yards on a couple of runs.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. He's listed as a tight end on the roster. I mean, I know they're the best athletes, but it's kind of odd that he goes from tight end to quarterback. So.
I think what it is, what I was told from downstairs, let's go ahead and do this punt first. There's a kick away, line of scrimmage to 33, and it takes a NEO bounce. And the Golden Norsemen will down it at the 16-yard line. What I was told from downstairs is that the names and numbers are correct, but the positions are not.
Okay.
So we'll just go with names and numbers today, although number 28 is not on the roster for NEO. 6:02 to play in the first quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 7, Kilgore College 7. Nice defensive stand that time by the Rangers, Bob. Able to go ahead and put the stops on NEO and create a punt. Now Kilgore might have some momentum coming here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. You know, NEO came in with the 3rd and 5th ranked rushing and passing offense, but I've seen no semblance of that so far. They look a little inept actually on offense, so we'll see if they get it turned around here.
Oskowski on first down will hand it off. Sweeping left side is El Jolly. He's not going anywhere as he is wrapped up and taken down, and that'll be a loss at the 10-yard line. I think the punt, as it was trying to be down by NEO, must have touched a Golden Norseman at the 15-yard line. So the Rangers started from the 15 and probably lost 5 yards on a run by Jolly. So it's a second down and 15 now for Kilgore College. Nice job on the play for Northeastern Oklahoma by Milton White to make the stop.
Yeah, so far it's the rock versus the immovable object. I think Kilgore thinks they're going to keep running like they did last week, and NEO's obviously focused on the running back, so we'll see who gives here first.
On second down, Oskowski fires the ball upfield, and that is incomplete. Jalen Mayon was well covered on the play. Oskowski tried to hum it in there, was unable to be caught by Mayon. So the pass is incomplete, and now you're looking at a third down for the Kilgore Rangers. On the coverage defensively at that time for Northeastern Oklahoma, Corey Williams.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know I'm getting old, but I'm going to have a hard time reading those numerals on the back of these white jerseys.
Yeah, it's the gold numerals on the white jerseys. Good thing they're trimmed in blue. That helps out some. Oskowski takes the snap, fires the ball upfield. It's caught by Jolly. He's at the 20-yard line. Jolly to the 25, to the 30, and gets tripped up at the 32-yard line. A first down for Kilgore College. They got it out of the backfield, but there's a flag down on the far side of the field. So we'll see what the actual result of this play is going to be. On the stop for Northeastern Oklahoma, it is Quantrell Walker.
Being the flag thrown upfield there, it could be on NEO. No, it's a hold.
You know, you go to your man with a hot hand, and Jolly coming off the hot hand from last week with a 247-yard rushing effort. And you want him to have the ball as much as you can because he's been visiting the end zone a lot. That time, however, the Rangers stymie themselves because of the penalty, which goes back to the original line of scrimmage, the 15-yard line. Now you're going back to a 3rd down and 10 for Kilgore.
What? And he's obviously shown that he's a good pass catcher, so that was a good call. The linebackers are dropping deep, being that it was 3rd and long, but too bad for the hold.
So the Rangers will now line up triple wide receivers to the left and one to the right. 4:41 left in the quarter, all tied at 7. Oskowski rolling to his left, looking upfield, going to fire this one across his body, and it's caught at the midfield stripe, and it's a first down for Kilgore. A diving reception made for the Rangers by Brandon Ward. Actually was tripped up by Titus Ivy because Ivy was in the pattern as well. He slipped down, and Ward, after making the catch, could not avoid Ivy. Ivy comes up like he's a little bit shaken up, and so Ward ends up sort of tripping over his own man, but it's still a first down for the Rangers. The ball at the 45-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, the way the play panned out, I think we were actually looking for Ivy as the primary receiver, and our crosser got to the ball first and made a good catch. If he hadn't tripped over his own player, it would have been a touchdown.
That ends up being a 40-yard pass play for the Rangers on first down. Sweeping left side, Jolly to the 40, 35, ran out of room, ends up being pushed out of bounds, but he'll be very close to the first down, if not having it for Kilgore College. On the stop for NEO, it's Aaron Edwards.
Good play. Sweep left, got outside the perimeter coverage. They didn't hold the defensive line very long, and it was a good play.
Ends up being a first down carry, an 11-yard pickup by Jolly to the 34 of Golden Norseman. First down with 3:31 to play, all tied at 7. And it's going to be a sweep right side. Ezel Jolly will have it at the 30, and he will go down around the 26-yard line, depending on where the referee spots him out of bounds. Yeah, they'll give him the 27. So that's a 7-yard pickup by Ezel. 2nd down and 3 for the Rangers. Not bad if you can get 5, 6, 7 yards a chunk.
No, and I think they're finding something on the perimeter. Tight end's doing a good job probably blocking, but they're going to attack the outside of the ball.
And this is going to be Jolly again, and this time the Golden Norsemen are ready for it. So Jolly will pick up 2 to the 25 to make it a 3rd down and 1. But there was a group of white jerseys and gold numerals there on the stop. And one of the leaders of the tackle party that time for Northeastern Oklahoma was Anquan Glanton.
Yeah, the middle defense looks like it's fairly stout, so I'm sure we'll keep seeing us attack the perimeter.
All right, so 3rd down and 1. So Oskowski operating out of the gun. Jolly stands next to him on the right side. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left for the Rangers. A snap, and it will be moving upfield. Oskowski and Liam will take it with authority and get the first down. He is tripped up inside the 20. Where will they put him down? At the 23-yard line. Well, he ends up picking up 2. Thought he got more than that, but he ends up with a first down for the Kilgore Rangers with 2:02 to play in the first quarter. We're tied at 7, Kilgore and Northeastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, that was a planned quarterback draw. He just took 2 steps back and then went for the first down.
All right, double wide receivers to each side for Kilgore College. Now the tight end will come in tight on the left-hand side. And you will see also 2 tight end formation now for the Rangers. On first down, it's a sweep right side. Jolly at the 20, and he won't get there. He'll just get to the 21-yard line. So Jolly will end up picking up 2 yards on the play. 2nd down and 8. The Rangers brought the tight ends, bookending the line of scrimmage. and get just 1 yard at the 22. They took a yard away from him, so it's a 2nd down and 9 for Kilgore College.
Yeah, they've been playing 12 formation, which means 1 back, 2 tight ends. I think they see a weakness on the perimeter defense for Northeast Oklahoma.
Anquan Glanton on the stop for Northeastern Oklahoma A&M, listed as a freshman out of Tyler, Texas. So 2nd down. The snap, and it's Jolly bouncing left side, unable to get the block, and he'll be taken down for a loss. Had Jolly been able to get the block on the left-hand side, I think he could have turned the corner and scored. It didn't work out. Great reaction by the Golden Norsemen defensively, and that was Javion Hill out of College Station who comes up with a stop. 43 seconds to play in the first quarter. 3rd down for the Rangers. Kilgore needing 9 for the first down from the 22-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma.
So at this point, Manny, you just don't want to do any mistakes. You're in field goal position, so, call a good play, execute properly. Don't force the ball as a quarterback, though, because you're probably going to get a field goal here at least.
Empty backfield, trips to the right, 2 to the left for Kilgore. Oskowski claps his hands, 3rd down, and it's going to be a reverse. Hemmed in well by Northeastern Oklahoma, but now a little bit of running room to the right-hand side, but wow, that NEO defense is so quick, they're able to shut it down. The ball carrier for Kilgore College, Jared Sample, had nowhere to go either side he went. Nice job by the Golden Norsemen, and that'll end the first quarter of play. So first quarter is in the books. Ends up being a loss of yardage back to the 24 to make it a 4th down and 11. That'll be a loss of 2 on the play for all that running. First 15 minutes in the books from Kilgore on Homecoming Day 2025. It's Northeastern Oklahoma 7 and Kilgore College 7. We will take a 60-second timeout on 600 AM KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. 60-second timeout.
Hey, Manny.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, with advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Hospital.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
And welcome back to Kilgore College football. The Rangers facing a 4th down and 11 from the 24 as we're starting the second quarter. Have switched sides, moving left or right from our broadcast position. Field goal attempt by Guanwu Choi at 41 yards, with the ball spotted at the 31-yard line, and Choi just easily knocks it through the uprights. The kick is good. 41-yard field goal is good by Guanwu Choi with 14:53 in the second quarter of play. Kilgore College has its first lead of the ball game. It's the Rangers 10 and Northeastern Oklahoma 7. We will go ahead and take a timeout here. Let's take a 60-second timeout on KTBB 600 AM and the Kilgore College Sports Network. There's the kickoff by Dre Mitchell of the Rangers. The Rangers with a lead at 10-7, fielded at the 14-yard line, coming right side with it to the 20, to the 25, and taken down at the 26-yard line. The ball carrier for the Golden Norsemen on this particular kickoff return is Tavares Deans. Helping out on the stop for Kilgore College, Javion Showers, wide receiver playing special teams for the Rangers. So if you're just joining us, Kilgore College with a 10-7 lead at 14:46 of the second quarter of play. Let's review the scoring. Kilgore College giving up the opening kickoff, an 80-yard kickoff return for NEO by Todd James. Extra point kick was good by Price Burgess at 14:46 of the first quarter, just 14 seconds in, and Northeastern Oklahoma took a 7-0 lead. Kilgore College came back on a 24-yard touchdown run by James Johnson in the first quarter, and Choi with the extra point kick tied it at 7. Here on this first down pass play, Cooksey gets it right side and crossing the 30 to the 32-yard line for Northeastern Oklahoma. Let's see who the receiver is this time for NEO. And that is going to be Graham with the catch for Northeastern Oklahoma. Meshawn Graham out of Troop, Texas. And so that'll be a second down for NEO. Ball ended up at the 32-yard line, gain of 7. Second down and 3 for the Golden Norsemen with 14:36 to play. Started the drive at the 25-yard line. We'll recap the scoring in just a second. Right side handoff goes nowhere but backwards that time for Northeastern Oklahoma. And there's several blue jerseys that are there. On the stop for Kilgore College that time, it is Ramon Lada. He is a freshman out of Conroe, Texas. So third down for the Golden Norsemen. That run didn't net much at all for Northeastern Oklahoma. So third down for the Golden Norsemen. For NEO, it was Connor Muldowney who had the carry. And this time NEO might be close to the first down, keeping it on the ground. The Golden Norsemen. And that is Muldowney with a carry again. And he will have the first down right at the 35-yard line. So NEO able to keep on moving the chains. Time remaining is 13:42 of the second quarter. Kilgore 10, Northeastern Oklahoma 7. To wrap up the first quarter, to wrap up the scoring thus far into the ball game, Guanwu Choi kicked a 41-yard field goal to open the second quarter, 14:53 on the clock, and Kilgore has a 10-7 lead. Golden Norsemen first down, and there's a handoff up the middle, breaking it to the midfield stripe on the 40, down to the 30, down to the 20, into the end zone. It's a touchdown for Northeastern Oklahoma, and the Golden Norsemen strike back quickly on the Kilgore College Rangers, and that's a big run for Northeastern Oklahoma for the score. Making the run for Northeastern Oklahoma, that is Connor Muldowney, make that Josh Ames. There's two 21s on the roster, and that is Josh Ames for Northeastern Oklahoma. 13:12 to play in the second quarter, and the Golden Norsemen now with a 13-10 lead over Kilgore College.
Good run there by the running back. Broke through the opening. Had a good view of the defense. There was nobody there, so good touchdown.
All right, on for the point after for Northeastern Oklahoma, Price Burgess. There's the snap. The ball is down. The kick is blocked by the Rangers. And it'll trickle out of the back of the end zone. The kick is no good. A little bit of an extra push that could have been flagged at the end of the play, right in front of the referee. All he does is just say something about it and doesn't toss the flag. But that's a big-time block by the Rangers of the extra point kick. Didn't catch the number of the young man who raised his hand up and got the block. But the Rangers have stopped NEO on the extra point. But NEO gets the touchdown run. And NEO now has a 13-10 lead. Again, that was Todd James with a run for Northeastern Oklahoma for the score. 13:12 left in the second quarter. NEO 13, Kilgore 10. Let's take a 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, With advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Hospital.
Mosey on the return. Brought down by
And back to action on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network as Devontae Mosey ends up taking the kickoff return upfield to the 32-yard line for a 7-yard return. The Rangers will start there. But it was Josh Ames with a touchdown run of 65 yards for the Golden Norsemen. Price Burgess tacked on the actually tried to tack on the extra point kick, but the extra point kick was blocked. And Bob, you're giving credit to Braden West for knocking that one out of the air.
Yeah, I saw some hand clapping and high fives when he was coming off the field, so I'm going to make the assumption that it was him.
So the Golden Norsemen leading Kilgore College now by a score of 13-10. And there's a flag on the far side of the field as James Johnson is knocked down on the play. But a flag on the far side of the field. We'll see if the Golden Norsemen were offsides or if the Rangers committed an infraction.
Well, either way, Roman Garcia, number 9 for Northeast Oklahoma, made a heck of a play. He shuffled down the line through the
shift against Kilgore College, 5-yard penalty.
So illegal shift for the Rangers or against the Rangers. So a 5-yard penalty with 13:01 to play. But Bob, I don't want to take away from the young man from NEO who made a nice play defensively.
No. I was just he shuffled down the line, shedding his blockers, and when it was time for him to hit his gap, he hit the running back at the same time. He made a nice play.
So the penalty moves the ball back to the 27-yard line, and the Rangers now facing a 1st down and 15, trailing 13-10 after the 65-yard run by Ames of Northeastern Oklahoma. Josh Ames is credited with that carry for the score. On 1st down, the pass coming right side, and that one will be caught out of bounds. That is incomplete. Nice diving attempt by Chris Bowman, the redshirt sophomore tight end out of Jefferson, Texas, but it was a bit too far out of bounds. He tried to keep his feet in but could not. But there's another flag down, Bob, on the far side of the field. You know, we saw this a lot in the Tyler Junior College game. I think there were how many penalties in the first quarter? 18 between the two teams?
Yeah.
The flags are starting to fly a little bit more often in this contest. 12:34 to play in the second quarter. Golden Norsemen up by a count of 13-10.
Yeah, Northeast Oklahoma just gave us our 5 yards back, so thank you to them.
Yeah, so teams trading penalties right now and trading scores too. And the Golden Norsemen have the 3-point lead. Oskowski had to yank down a high snap. Jolly is going to sweep it left side. That high snap gave NEO a lot of time to be able to react, and Jolly just gains a yard to the 34-yard line. And now the Rangers have 9 to get to the 1st down with 12:21 to play.
Yeah, he tried to sweep the left side. He was trying to get a block by his wide receiver. The right receiver kind of had a stalemate there, and it just everybody collided into each other. Maybe got a half a yard. Sorry, Manny.
No, I'm sorry, Bob. Connor Muldowney is credited for the stop. So 21 on offense for NEO is Josh Ames. 21 on defense is Connor Muldowney. Ames with a 65-yard touchdown run for Northeastern Oklahoma. Glad we got that straightened out. 11:54 to play. Oskowski on 2nd down. Fires it out of the backfield to Jolly at the 30-yard line. And he gets upended around the 33-yard line. It looks like it'll be no gain on the play. And a 3rd down and 9 for Kilgore College. So the Rangers not able to get Jolly out in enough space for Northeastern Oklahoma. On the stop, Tavari Hampton. Also we see in there Eric Harris as well.
Yeah, it was a good job by the Northeast Oklahoma defense. It looked like there was some space for Jolly there on the right side, but both those guys had their gap coverage and closed in on fast on the running back.
Jace Malone, our engineer, back at our KTBB studios, and John Hester handling the engineering and camera operation on the KC Sports Network. Oskowski is going to sweep left side, and he is tripped up at the 35. Could not get away from the defender. Tried to step over the young man, but a good reaction that time. This Northeastern Oklahoma defense, what I've seen this year different than from past years, as these guys are a lot faster than what I've seen from NEO defenses.
Yeah, it's a good observation, man. The play just before that where they threw the kind of little flat pass to Jolly, both the defensive guys closed very fast. showing their speed, like you just mentioned. Looks like they're going to go for it here.
That's Tabari Hampton who made the tackle in the open field. So a 4th down from the 36. So the Rangers pick up 3 on the play. And now we have some early movement. The pass coming upfield right side. And, boy, that's a penalty against Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. And Devontae Mosey is letting NEO's defensive back, Eric Harris, have it verbally. I don't think they threw a flag. Yeah, they did throw a flag on the far side of the field, on the near side of the field for that particular penalty. That was pretty obvious. But there was another flag down as well. So,
yeah, they got an offside penalty. I just don't understand. The quarterback's going to do the silent count where he claps his hands. So when he claps his hands, don't jump off sides. It's kind of that simple.
10:25 remaining. NEO 13, Kilgore nothing in the second quarter from Maury St. John Memorial Stadium. Homecoming 2025 for the Kilgore College faithful. NEO has a good number of fans that have made the trip down from Miami, Oklahoma, and the pep band is here as well. And now we've got more flags coming down before this play starts. So the penalty moved it to the 41-yard line to make it a 4th and 1 for Kilgore. And now it might be 4th and 6.
Yeah, we just gave it back, I think.
It is Thanksgiving time. We're getting close to it.
I'm going to give him mood.
Yeah, let's give each other penalties. Make this game last longer, right? 10:25 to play in the second quarter. And now Kilgore will end up punting it away. And you waste an opportunity. 4th and 1, you feel like you can go for it with your ground game. And now you're kicking the ball away.
Yeah, I've said this before in our games that you're not allowed any mental mistakes in the game. It's 0. And if you make one, well, then you've already gone one too many, and we've had more than one today on our side. We can't do it.
All right, double wide receivers or 2 safety men out to the left-hand side for Kilgore as they're going to line up in punt formation. And now the Golden Norsemen, looks like they've called a timeout. Did they not have enough men on the field? One guy just trots on into position, and now the timeout is called. So 10:25 remains. We are in the second quarter. It's Kilgore trailing Northeastern Oklahoma 13-10. Let's take a short break here. A 30-second timeout, a 30-second break on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
And we are back to Ari St. John Memorial Stadium. 10:25 remains in the first half. Kilgore College trailing the Golden Norsemen of Northeastern Oklahoma 13-10. NEO trying to enhance its conference standing heading into the playoffs. The Rangers need a miracle to get in. We understand that the chances are slim even if Kilgore wins. Once Avias with a punt for the Rangers, it bounces at the 30. Line of scrimmage was the 32 of Kilgore, the 36. And the ball will bounce dead at the 24-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma.
41 yards on the punt by Anthony Monsiváis.
And the punt is credited as 41 yards for Anthony Monsiváis. With 10-12 to play, Northeastern Oklahoma taking over at its own 24-yard line. So NEO probably regaining some momentum, Bob, with that big touchdown run by Ames to make it 13-10. Kilgore unable to move the ball offensively. NEO gets it back now. So we'll see which team is a little bit more in sync now as the second quarter keeps on going.
Yeah, good observation. I mean, they've been a little struggling on offense, but it looks like they're going to try to put it in the hands of the run game.
So Quantrell Walker is the one wearing number 28, and the pass at the 45 to the 40, down to the 30, down to the 20, and into the end zone. It's a touchdown for Northeastern Oklahoma. Well, as we try to figure out who the running backs were for Northeastern Oklahoma and get the jersey numbers right on the roster, this one is correct for NEO. That's Mashawn Graham with a reception for Northeastern Oklahoma, and that'll be tabbed as a 75-yard touchdown for Northeastern Oklahoma. Actually, 76 yards from the 24-yard line with 9:57 to play. It is now Northeastern 19 and Kilgore 10. 76-yard touchdown pass from the quarterback Cooksey to Graham.
And I hope the listening audience caught my astute observation that they're going to go to the run game here.
Yeah. They didn't listen to you, did they? Bryce Burgess on for the point after touchdown, and that kick by Burgess is good. And NEO strikes through the air this time on a pass of 76 yards as Carson Cooksey hits the receiver, Meshawn Graham, for the touchdown. 9:57 left in the second quarter. Golden Norseman 20, the Rangers 10. Let's take a 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
R.E. St. John Memorial Stadium, the site of Homecoming 2025, and right now NEO, the visiting team, is spoiling the efforts. 20-0 lead for the Golden Norsemen. There's a kickoff by Bryce Burgess, and it is fielded at the 24-yard line, running left side to the 25, and then getting battered out of bounds after that. One of the upmen for the Rangers, that would have been Ezel Jolly, or was it Marquise Hill? Yeah, that was Ezel Jolly, who I think wanted to down it, then decided he wanted to try to run it. Yeah, Ezel Jolly, and ended up being pelted out of bounds by 3 Golden Norsemen at the 26-yard line. I think he wanted to down it, but then it would have been beyond the 25, where if you're fair caught it, that's where you would have had it. And he gained a yard on the kickoff return, actually maybe more than that, a couple of yards, really.
Yeah, he kind of took his life in his own hands because he kind of just stood there after he caught it. Like you said, I think he was a little confused at what he wanted to do, but those guys are coming down full speed. You might want to just get out of bounds.
So Carson Cooksey, the quarterback for Northeastern Oklahoma, hitting Graham on a 76-yard touchdown pass. One play, 76 yards. That's the way to do it for NEO. First down, quarterback keeper left side, and being upended for Kilgore College. They have another quarterback in. This time it's Christian Nunley. Nunley is a freshman out of Conroe, Texas, 6'4", 190. Has a long run of 56 yards against Cisco College on the road at Cisco. He's a really good runner, and he gets it upfield to the 34-yard line. That's a nice pickup of 8, second down and 2 for Kilgore.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happened to Oskowski, the starting quarterback. I think they're just going to try to do a little change of pace here.
You might also see Jarek Jones, who was the starter at the beginning of the season for Kilgore, and that's a bad snap, and Nunley just falls down on it back at the 19-yard line. Microcosm of how the season's gone for the Rangers, right? Ends up being a big loss for the Rangers, and that'll end up going back to the 19-yard line, as I said. And so now it's a third down. So ends up being a good gain by Nunley to make it a second and short. And then after that, he comes back on the play, and that was a long snap.
Yeah, just an error on the quarterback. He must have taken his eyes off it for a second, either to read the coverage or if there's going to be another run where he might want to go. But you got to secure the snap before you do anything else.
Third down and 17 now for Kilgore from its own 19-yard line. I think that was a loss of 16 yards on the play. Jolly with a handoff for the Rangers. Oh, sidesteps the defender and 2. He's in the clear to the 40. Jolly's at midfield to the 40. Jolly to the 30. Jolly to the 20. Hasta la vista, baby. Touchdown, Kilgore College. What a dance step twice on the field by Ezel Jolly to get by the defenders and into the end zone for the score. And the Kilgore College Rangers have made a much closer ball game. 20-16, NEO with the lead. 8:10 to play in the second quarter. But Ezel Jolly took it to the house, and man, he left some laundry on the field, didn't he?
Yeah, he made some great moves. What was that, an 81-yard run? But he juked at least 2 guys totally out of their, well, let's just say socks, so to speak. Great run. Obviously, he showed the talent that got him to UTEP to begin with.
On for the point after Guanwu Choi of Kilgore College to try to make it a 3-point ball game. Once Avias the holder for the Rangers. There is a snap. The ball is down. The kick is on the way. And that one is launched through the uprights. The kick is good by Choi. 8:10 to play in the second quarter. You score NEO 20. Kilgore College 17. We'll take a 60-second timeout on 600 AM KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. Back at RE St. John Memorial Stadium, it's buzzing a little more now with 81-yard touchdown run by Ezel Jolly. Again, a couple of sidesteps that left defenders stymied. Dre Mitchell with a kickoff for Kilgore. Bounced, bobbled, and picked up at the 8-yard line to the 10. Coming toward the middle of the field, now toward the left side to the 20-yard line and hammered down at the 23. And the Rangers special teams seems a little bit more on fire now. The return man Tyler Stewart for Northeastern Oklahoma got pummeled by a couple of Rangers, and kudos being given to as they approach the sidelines to Hope Tita and to Carlos Griffin.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was going to reference his name as well. I haven't heard it in previous games, but he did a heck of a job covering the kick there. If he had made that tackle, there was right about to be an open spot for the running back.
8:01 left in the second quarter. The Rangers trailing by 3, 20-17, following the 81-yard run by Ezel Jolly. What a run it was by Jolly. So double wideouts to the right, one to the left for NEO. First down. And coming up the middle to the 25, make it the 26-yard line. On a carry that will net 3 yards for Northeastern Oklahoma. Ball carrier this time for the Golden Norsemen is Johnny Caldwell. So we see that the Golden Norsemen are using a bunch of running backs here today, Bob.
Yeah, I think they know they got an opportunity to run, so they're going to keep the running backs fresh.
Second down for the Golden Norsemen from the 26-yard line. Rolling to the right-hand side and firing it to the sideline. Is it caught in bounds? Yeah, they're going to say the catch is made on the far side of the field. Remember, all you have to do is get 1 foot in college, and the receiver did so. That's a nice play, a nice reception made on the far sideline by Todd James, who has the opening kickoff return for the touchdown. And there's a first down for the Golden Norsemen at the 39-yard line. Nicely done by the Golden Norsemen. That ends up being a pickup of 15. There's a handoff again on first down, crossing the 40 and getting upfield to the 43-yard line. Tailback for Northeastern Oklahoma that time. Once again, staying in the field of play, Johnny Caldwell for NEO. They're going to move it up to the 35-yard line. That's a nice pickup of 6, second down and 4 with 6:41 to play.
Yeah, I think they're starting to gain their rhythm a little bit on offense.
Second down for the Golden Norsemen. Cooksey will hand it off again, and Caldwell this time runs into too many big people. Somehow he gets away for a moment, Bob, and then gets taken down at the 36-yard line. So he'll end up picking up 1 yard on the play, but man, he bounced off his own lineman and a defender and still kept his feet. Finally in on the stop for Kilgore College, Braden West and a couple of other Rangers helped him out as well with 6:18 to play.
Yeah, you're right, man. That was good play by him because we had a lot of penetration on defense and hit him deep into the backfield, but he spun off it and turned it into a 1 yard gain. Good 1 yard run.
All right, so from the 46-yard line, it's a third down and 3 for Northeastern Oklahoma. Double wideouts to the left, one to the right for the Golden Norsemen. Golden Norsemen on top 20-17 in this second quarter of play. Awaiting the snap, there it is. And now a handoff coming left side, 50-yard line to the 40, down to the 30, down to the 20, giving chase. Does it work? Into the end zone. Touchdown, Northeastern Oklahoma. Wow, and the Golden Norsemen strike back in a hurry on that play. touchdown run for NEO. Need to watch out for the celebration there, Golden Norseman. But into the end zone for the score, Northeastern Oklahoma A&M with 5:43 left in the quarter. Touchdown run by Quantrell Walker of Northeastern Oklahoma, and the Golden Norsemen make it a 26-17 advantage.
It's more like a basketball game with these big plays. It's just up and down the field with both sides. Like I said, Woody Hayes is spinning in his grave now.
Bryce Burgess on for the point after touchdown. Ball is down. The kick is on the way, and that is through the uprights. The kick is good. 5:43 left in the second quarter, and you score Golden Norseman 27 and the Rangers 17. Let's take a 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
This is what we've been waiting for. At the dawn of forevermore, we can stand on this ground so.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
RE St. John Memorial Stadium, the site of homecoming 2025, and right now the Golden Norseman having its way with Kilgore College. Another long touchdown run, this one from Quantrell Walker. Burgess with the extra point kick at 5:43 of the second quarter, and it is now 27-17 Northeastern Oklahoma over Kilgore. Burgess with a kickoff for NEO, and that will end up traveling out of bounds. That'll be a penalty against Northeastern Oklahoma. So you'd mentioned the words track meet, Bob, and certainly it ends up being that way. The team's just trading scores and long scores as well.
Yeah, part of the process is I think both teams, part of the problem I should say, is that both teams are playing their safeties way up close, thinking they're going to try to help stop the run game. Well, what that does is when you pop through the line from a running back standpoint, the safety is already on you. You get by that one guy, it help him with Jolly on his long run, and you're gone. So I don't know if the defenses are going to try to adjust a little bit, maybe put a deep safety in the middle of the field, but that just sets itself up for big plays.
So first down for the Kilgore Rangers at the 35, following the kickoff going out of bounds. 5:43 remains, second quarter. Manny Almanza with the Bob Brewer today from RE St. John Memorial Stadium. First down, Nunley will keep it, and he runs left side, and this time the Golden Norsemen are ready for him, and he will gain nothing. He'll be taken down across the field at the 35-yard line. So good job by NEO reacting well. One of the players on the stop for the Golden Norsemen, Aaron Edwards, a freshman out of West Columbia, Texas.
Yeah, obviously it's obvious that, well, that was a double use of obvious, but obviously they're going to try to use Nunley as a running quarterback. That was a design run as well, so.
Does that make it more obvious?
Can it be more obvious?
So second down for Kilgore from its own 34-yard line. Loss of one. They'll make it a second down and 11. Nunley will give it left side this time to James Johnson. And Johnson, he batters into a player, a Northeastern Oklahoma Golden Norseman, and then bounces out of bounds. And that was Aaron Edwards who took the brunt of the hit by James Johnson. Johnson has a touchdown for Kilgore College on a 24-yard run back in the first quarter. So now at 4:43 to play, it's a third down for the Rangers. And the Rangers will need 4. They mark it at the 41, so it's a third down and 4 for Kilgore.
Yeah, I think I know they're trying to scheme the quarterback run game, but with the success they're having with Johnson and Jolly, I might just keep handing off the ball to those two big studs.
See, Johnson with a 24-yard run. Jolly has an 81-yard run for Kilgore. It was tied 7-7 at the end of the first quarter. Now we have a timeout on the field. 4:18 to play, second quarter. NEO 27, Kilgore 17. This is a Ranger timeout. We'll take one as well. A 30-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. From Ari St. John Memorial Stadium, the Kilgore College Rangers trailing Northeastern Oklahoma on homecoming day 27-17. Kilgore College trying to battle its way back into this contest. And again, it's been big plays for both of these teams. NEO at the opening kickoff return of 80 yards for a score. Kilgore's James Johnson with a 24-yard run. Ames with a 65-yard run for the Golden Norsemen. A 76-yard pass for NEO from Cooksey to Graham. Jolly with an 81-yard for Kilgore. And then Walker with a 54-yard run for Northeastern Oklahoma. And so that's where we're at right now, Bob.
Yeah, 76 yards here, 81 yards here. It's a big offensive day.
Nunley fakes it, looking upfield. He's going to fire the pass, and that is going to be just a bit too long. That was intended for the Rangers' Javion Showers. Had that connection been made, Showers would have ended up in the end zone. That was a nice route. Pass was just a bit too long, and I think it developed a little bit too slow.
No, you're right, Manny. I think it was a 7 route, they call it, which is, in our parlance, is just a corner route. But the quarterback saw the space and threw it upfield. The receiver made a good adjustment, but it's hard to spin your body around and then make that catch. He made a good try, but just missed out.
Punter is number 41, Anthony Monsivias. Back deep for NEO.
So Monsivias will kick it away for Kilgore. Incomplete pass makes it a 4th down and 4 for the Rangers. Monsivias receives it at the 28, and the kick is partially blocked by the Golden Norsemen, and it'll be picked up and out of bounds at the 27-yard line for NEO. Making the recovery on the bounce, it was Damon Hardman. The kick was blocked, and the Golden Norsemen will take over. Getting celebration, Roman Garcia, a freshman out of Houston, and he's the one who got his hand on the ball there. So, wow, the Golden Norsemen come up with a big play. Your big special teams play doesn't always have to be a touchdown, but certainly, and when you get a block kick, that's going to lead to a score potentially, especially if you're inside the 30, as NEO has it at the 27.
Yeah, absolutely, Manny. And this is one of these quick change possession things. I'd look for NEO to try to get into the end zone on this first play.
Well, Cooksey has had a hot hand. One wide receiver to each side. First down. Cooksey will fire it, and it is incomplete. It cannot be better thrown to you if you're a defensive back. And Kilgore College's J. Taylor Anderson had it in his mitts, Bob, and he was unable to handle the pass. The quarterback, Cooksey, threw it too fast. The receiver was still running upfield when the ball was released, and it was right to Anderson, and Anderson couldn't hang on to it. Had he, I think it would have went up the left sideline for a score.
Yeah, he threw a back shoulder fade to the defensive back. I don't know what the penalty is, illegal man downfield.
Rangers will decline it so they can take the down. 2nd and 10 for NEO at the Kilgore 27. 3:59 remains in the quarter. Golden Norsemen up 27-17 over the Rangers.
Well, they went for it, but they just misfired on offense there.
So 2nd down for NEO. And there is a pass and coming upfield, a handoff, I should say, coming upfield for the Golden Norsemen. It's a short gain. That'll be at the 24 of Kilgore, so it's a 3-yard pickup for NEO.
Josh Ames on the carry.
So the ball carrier at that time is Ames for the Golden Norsemen. Ames with a 65-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, I'm not how talented their kicker is, but this may be 2-down territory as well for them.
Double wideouts to the left and one to the right for the Golden Norsemen. Golden Norse fans who are listening and watching today, you've got to be enjoying what your football team has done. What a great turnaround for NEO. Zach Crissup in his 6th season as the head coach of the Golden Norsemen. Over the middle and incomplete. That was a bit too far behind the intended receiver for the Golden Norsemen. That was intended for NEO's Antoine Woody.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. I think if you knew you're going to go for it on 4th down, you might want to try a couple of runs to get some positive yardage. But you're right, he just threw a little bit behind his receiver on a crossing pattern left or right.
Ball is at the Kilgore 24. It's a 4th and 7 for NEO. Cooksey lifts to the sideline. One wide receiver to the right, 2 to the left. Actually, there's 2 now. There's 1 in the slot for NEO, 2 to both sides. There's the snap. Cooksey's going to fire this one right side into the end zone. Touchdown, NEO. The receiver was able to make one more twist, and he lost the defensive back and gets into the end zone for the score. And dancing after making the catch in the end zone for Northeastern Oklahoma, it's Christian Bond. And NEO now has a 33-17 lead over Kilgore with 3:07 to play in the second quarter. And the Golden Norsemen are wanting to make sure, the way things are looking right now, that the Rangers don't sniff the playoffs this year. On for the point after touchdown, it's going to be Price Burgess. Again, 3:07 to play.
Yeah, I think our defensive back, number 30, Carlos Griffin, got caught looking in the backfield, and when the quarterback rolled to his left, threw back, he just wasn't prepared to defend it.
Burgess punches it through the uprights. The kick is good. 3:07 to play in the second quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 34, Kilgore 17. We'll take a 60-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, with advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Hospital.
As we return, kickoff for Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. Ezel Jolly ends up handling the football at the 30-yard line. And that's where Kilgore will have the ball. 3:07 to play in the second quarter. Northeastern 34 and the Rangers 17. Christian Bond catching the 24-yard pass from Carson Cooksey. That's Carson's second touchdown pass of the ballgame. Burgess with the extra point kick at 3:07 of the second quarter. Ended up being a 27-yard drive, Bob, because of the blocked punt by Northeastern Oklahoma. Set them up nicely, and NEO did what you're supposed to do. You convert with those opportunities.
Yeah, great point. That's what you want to see from your offense. When you get that quick change on a turnover, make something out of it, at least a field goal, but in this case, they capitalized with a touchdown.
And the Rangers did just that. So first down, Oskowski back in the ball game, sets up and fires it, crossing pattern to Titus Ivy, who makes the grab and is twisted down at the 45-yard line. That's a nice pickup for the Rangers of 15 yards, and it keeps the drive going. First down for Kilgore College with 2:52 to play.
Yeah, nice job by the offense. They had a combo route. The slot man ran a corner and cleared the coverage, and the X receiver, the outside receiver, ran across. Nice play.
Double wide receivers to each side. First down. And this is going to be Johnson, who has it at the midfield stripe to the 40. Johnson to the 30. Johnson to the 20. And he is into the end zone for the Kilgore College touchdown. Johnson had one player chasing him, and he's able to run out of his tackle attempt from behind at the 5-yard line, gets into the end zone for the score, and the Rangers with 2:30 to play now have a 34-23 lead on a 55-yard run by by James Johnson.
Yep, another big play, just one after another in this game. It's sometimes these games go that way where the offenses are both striking fast and strong, and it just continues on.
Man, this has been a track meet with 2:30 to play. Don't want to wear out the term, but that's probably the best way to describe it.
Absolutely.
Teams just running up and down the field. Ball is down, kick by Choi is on their way, and that's through the uprights when the kick is good. So just when you think the Rangers' hopes were fluttering, Johnson says, I'm going to score my second touchdown of the ball game. This one from 55 yards out. 2:30 to play in the second quarter. NEO 34, Kilgore 24. A 60-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
This is what we've been waiting for. At the dawn of forevermore, we can stand on this ground so
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
Dre Mitchell on for the kickoff for the Kilgore Rangers. Puts his right foot into it. The ball spins into the hands at the 15-yard line of the return man to the 20. Right side of the 25 and the 30. Couple of blocks. And then finally being wrestled down. It looks like they'll give him forward progress to the 33, but the referees will decide that for sure. So the return man for Northeastern Oklahoma was Tavares Deans. First down for NEO from... They're going to spot it at the 32 or 33. Where's the referee going to put the ball down? That is the question of the moment. See, you have the umpire standing at the 33. Tosses it over to the center judge, who puts it on the far hash at the 33. So 2:20 to play. The Rangers down 34-24. 70-yard drive finished off with a 55-yard run by Johnson. 15-yard pass to Ivy. Got things going for the Rangers on that drive. So double wide receivers to each side for Northeastern Oklahoma. First down. Cooksey with a quarterback keeper, and he's going to be taken out of bounds at the 32-yard line. So driven out of bounds by the Kilgore College defender, that being Quentin Clark. So second down for NEO. Loss of 1, second and 11.
Yeah, that was a lot to do about nothing there. They just took a big hit on the sidelines for no gain.
And they're going to go ahead and say that it is a no gain, second and 10, instead of a loss of a yard with 1:59 to play. And we have the 2-minute timeout here toward the end of the first half. So 2 minutes to play in the first half. Northeastern Oklahoma 34, Kilgore 24. We will take a 60-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Back to action on the KC Sports Network. It's a second down, and they did take a yard away. Second and 11 for the 32 for the Golden Norsemen. 2 minutes to play in the first half. NEO 34, Kilgore 24. Double wide receivers to each side. Carson Cooksey fires at right side. The ball is caught at the 36, going up to the 39-yard line, and making that reception on the far side of the field for Northeastern Oklahoma. As we return now to our radio broadcast, the catch is made for NEO by Christian Bond, who already has a touchdown reception today. So gain up to the 39 is a pickup of 7. Looking at a third down, and the Golden Norsemen need 4 for the first with 1:54 to play. Double wide receivers to each side for NEO. White uniforms, gold helmets for the Golden Norsemen. Running right side and not able to pick up the first down for NEO is Quantrell Walker. So the Rangers are able to shut it down on the far side of the field. Leading the charge for Kilgore, Brock Reddick, a redshirt freshman defensive tackle out of Longview, Texas. So now a fourth down for the Golden Norsemen. And Kilgore wants to preserve some time here, Bob, and calls a timeout with 1:36 to play in the second quarter. Golden Norsemen 34 and the Rangers 24. 58 first half points scored on homecoming, and it's not the home team who's in the lead.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Kilgore's going to try to save some time for their offense. I think they might be a little careful here. Ball at the 40. Your defense is, you have a little confidence in your defense. I might watch for the fake here. Plus, you give these guys time to talk about it on the sidelines. You may be cooking something up from the punt formation.
And also, if you're NEO, you have to think, the Rangers can score. I mean, they've got guys that have run the ball in from 81 yards out, from 55 yards out. So the Rangers can score on the ground. They don't have to throw the ball to get into the end zone today.
Yeah, good point. They can score from any place on the field without throwing the ball up.
All right, so the timeout has been had. It was a pretty quick one. And we'll have NEO come on for what we guess is going to be a punt attempt here.
4th and short.
Kieran Axtell receives it and kicks it away for the Golden Norseman. Oh, that's a beautiful kick. That'll bounce out of bounds. Now, it bounced out of bounds to the 15. It depends on where the referee says that it went out of bounds. Well, they're going to say it's out of bounds at the 13-yard line. That's an even better kick for Axtell of the Golden Norseman with 1:29 to play in the first half.
Yeah, I don't know about that placement. Usually, when a punt goes out of bounds like that, there's some receiver or referee farther up the line, and he'll tell the guy to keep walking, and then tell him where to stop. But I guess that's where it went out of bounds. I guess we must have a bad angle up here.
Goes out of bounds. Ball will be spotted at the
So the ball at the 13-yard line for the Rangers. So again, 1:29 to play, and the Golden Norsemen have the Rangers backed up a little bit now.
Oskowski's back in the game.
Let's see if Liam can generate something for Kilgore. Double wide receivers making trips to the right now, one to the left for Kilgore. First down, Oskowski rolling to his right, fires the ball, and it's caught up at the 15 and down to the 17-yard line. And the knee touchdown for Javion Showers. Let's see, they're going to actually mark it at the 18, so he'll gain a total of 5 on the play. 2nd and 5 for Kilgore. Trips to the right, one to the left. Oskowski is going to roll to his right, and he had a little bit of room, and then the receiver left his block and tried to cut inside, thinking Oskowski might have thrown it, and instead Oskowski kept it and ran it, gets it up to the 20, and you're looking at a 3rd down and 3 now for Kilgore College. Ended up being a pickup before. Had there been better communication and the receiver held his block, Leonwood had a 1st down and more up the right sideline.
Yeah, I think you're right, Manny. Plus, Kilgore's in a little bit of a unfortunate situation that they burned all their timeouts, so they need to be a little quick.
Snap goes to Oskowski, fires it over the middle, then it's caught at the 25 to the 30. Ezel Jolly is tripped up at the Kilgore 37-yard line, but has a Ranger 1st down with 55.9 to play, and that'll move the ball upfield for a Kilgore 1st down. Double wide receivers to the left and to the right as well for the Rangers. 50 seconds to play. The clock is on the move. Snap goes to Oskowski. He's going to take it straight up the middle on a quarterback draw, and he'll be upended at the 46-yard line. Oskowski ends up with a pickup of 9 on the play, 2nd down and 1.
Just spike it here, get it over and stop the clock.
And that's exactly what he did. It's more like he just dropped it instead of spiked it. They used to spike things more emphatically, Bob.
I know.
And then now they don't with the one hand, but sometimes you'll have guys go out there with 2 hands and throw it like they're throwing a medicine ball down on the ground.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get some TV coverage or something.
Well, I don't know about that, but, sometimes if you just lay it on the ground
It's
like
a
that,
fumble.
can be interpreted as
Yeah.
a fumble. So
Yeah, good point.
Oskowski is able to lay it on the turf and get away with it. While at the 46, loss of 1, 2nd down and 11. Make it a 3rd down. And, they'll keep it at the line of scrimmage, so a 3rd and 1 from the 46.
Want to at least get a field goal out of this, hopefully.
32.9 to play. Oskowski claps his hands, fires the ball right side, and it's caught. And that might be enough for the 1st down. Jalen Mayon makes the reception, ends up being pushed out of bounds by Corey Williams.
Yeah, that was good execution. It only used about 3-4 seconds to get the 1st down. Now they can get back into their playbook. But this is a position in the game right now, too, where you got to tell your quarterback, don't do anything silly here. We're going to get a field goal out of this at a minimum, so be careful.
It ends up being a pickup of 3, but they've got the 1st down, 28.7 to go. Rangers with trips to the left, one to the right, moving left to right in the 2nd quarter. Snap goes to Oskowski. Liam is rolling to his left, fires the ball upfield, has a man open at the 27, and he promptly steps out of bounds at the 25-yard line. The reception made for the Kilgore Rangers by Javion Showers. So the Rangers connect and keep on going, moving the ball to the 25-yard line with 21.5 to play.
Yeah, bad play on the defensive side. They gave him the perimeter, let him roll outside, and took his time and made a nice pass for the long completion.
26-yard reception and a 1st down for Kilgore. Trips to the right, one to the left. And Oskowski was rolling to his right. Did NEO call a timeout? Yeah, the Golden Norseman called a timeout. So they're going to have to put some time back on the clock, I'm going to think.
Yeah, probably go back to the 32, oh no, to the 21, 22-second mark.
Yeah, I think so because they called the timeout before the snap. And so the clock ran a little bit after the ball was snapped. So timeout on the field, the ball at the 25-yard line. Kilgore in NEO territory, 19.1 to play in the second quarter. Golden Norseman 34, the Rangers 24. Southwest Junior College Football Conference action. We will take a 30-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
And we are at R.A. St. John Memorial Stadium, regular season finale for Kilgore, Northeastern Oklahoma. The Rangers right now down by 10, 34-24 with 19.1 to play in the first half on homecoming day. The Rangers trying to hopefully keep their season alive. Their playoff chances do not look very good even with the win because depending on how the tiebreakers shake out, the Rangers are behind on the tiebreakers. They put 2 seconds back on the clock, so it's now 21 seconds. And so the Rangers will have a couple of extra seconds to play with now. Wide receivers are 2 to each side stacked. Oskowski, the quarterback, takes the snap. Looking upfield, and he fires it, cutting across the middle to the 20. Showers will go out of bounds at the 18-yard line, picks up 7 on the play. So 14.1 to play. The Rangers trying to get a little bit closer, if not for a Troy field goal, perhaps to get into the end zone. Wouldn't be surprised if they tried it. I mean, everybody else has been getting into the end zone today.
Yeah. The Rangerettes better be careful over there. I know they're trained to stand like statues, but that sideline gets a little crowded. They may need to get a little dancing going on over there.
14.1 to go. Trips to the right, 1 to the left for Kilgore. Second down for the Rangers from the 18-yard line of the Golden Norseman, needing 3 for the first down. Oskowski, here comes the rush, and Liam steps up and fires the ball right side and incomplete. That was off his back foot, Bob, as you try to get it into the hands of Jalen Mayon. And 7.2 to play. Now the Rangers facing a third down, and they're going to bring the field goal unit on, it looks like.
Yeah, with 8 seconds, unless you got a good quick pass into the end zone to stop the clock, this is probably the right thing to do.
I see Montebias on there. He's normally the holder, and Troy is out there now. I was thinking another trick play for the Rangers.
They're going back in. It looks like the quarterback's going back in.
And Troy is running back off the field. The Rangers have 15 on the play clock, 7.2 on the game clock. So Kilgore is going to have to come up with something here. You don't want to waste the opportunity if you're going to do all of this, right?
No. I mean, if you...
Trips to the right, 1 to the left, 3 on the play clock. Oskowski claps his hands, takes the snap, fires the ball, right corner of the end zone. Flag is down, and Mosey almost made a one-handed catch in the end zone, and he lost his helmet. And now the NEO player getting in Mosey's face with a little bit of taunting. And so we'll see if there's going to be penalty flags all across the place. There's just one down so far, and now there's some talking. Oh, that's going to be good. You want to get some heat going here. One of the NEO players keeps on wanting to talk about it. And one of his teammates is the cooler head and pulls him off to the side. That NEO player is Tavari Hampton. He's made some good plays today. That one there, sort of getting into the face of Mosey after some good defense. And really, if you're winning by 10, you don't need to say anything, I don't think. No. NEO player is down in the meantime in the end zone.
No, you're right, Manny. Just be quiet and get out of this first half. I think there's going to be a pass interference penalty on Northeast, but with only 2 seconds left, I guess you decide, do you go for it and, jeopardize not getting a field goal, or should you kick the field goal here?
Also, extra time to be had. One of the NEO players is down in the end zone. I can't identify the number as he's shaded by his training staff, and now he'll get up and head over to the sideline, it looks like. And that for Northeastern Oklahoma is Eric Harris. So it is pass interference against NEO. That being in the end zone would put it at the 2-yard line. Zach Crisp, the head coach of the Golden Norsemen, yanks his hat off. Not really happy about that call. I'm not sure if he's not happy about the call or he's also talking at his defense too. So, man, he's really turned the program around. Good for NEO to get back into the limelight. Talk is NEO will be going to the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. That certainly makes travel easier for the Golden Norsemen. And Kilgore College will be making trips to Utah. Snow College will join the league in 2026. All right, so Choi will be trying a field goal. Ball is at the 10. This is a 20-yard attempt with 2 seconds to play.
Yeah, this will make it a one-score game going into half if he makes it.
Monsibias will hold for Kilgore. Here's the snap. The ball is down. This is tantamount to an extra-point kick, and that is good by Choi. A 20-yard field goal by Choi at the buzzer, and the Rangers are down by 7. At the intermission, homecoming 2025 from Maury St. John Memorial Stadium, Northeastern Oklahoma 34, Kilgore College 27. Let's go ahead and take this timeout as we head to our Ranger football halftime report presented to you by the Back Porch Restaurant. We'll have a look at our first half scoring summary for today's ball game, and there has been a lot of it. Also, we'll get some first half stats from downstairs. That and more coming up on the halftime show. NEO 34, Kilgore 27 this timeout on the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Everyone, the Rangerettes would like to give a special welcome home to all of our Rangerette Forevers. Today's halftime performance will salute the longest-running precision dance company in America in honor of their 100th birthday, the Radio City Rockettes. November, the sophomore Rangerettes will be traveling flying to New York City to perform as the opener for the Radio City Rockettes Christmas Spectacular, and to dance with Spirit of America on the Today Show and in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Kilgore College Ranger Marching Band under the direction of Derek Lagozo. Quoting director is Jordan Jenkins. Drum majors are Aylin Riviera Vega and Mason Gaskell. And the featured twirler is Emily Enriquez. The band is composed of students from 25 Texas schools and is performed around the globe. The band thanks Kilgore College and the community for their support since 1936. This year's production is entitled American, with music of the American landscape, the Appalachian Spring Suite by Aaron Copeland, America's Youth, Light 'em Up by Fall Out Boy, and American March, Hail to the Spirit of Liberty by John Philip Sousa. We also welcome Kilgore College alumni members from 64 through 2024 for joining us for our performance. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the Kilgore College Ranger Band.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the world-famous Kilgore College Rangerettes. The Rangerettes. The officers from left to right are Lieutenant Allison Davis from White House, Lieutenant Noel Ross from Flower Mound, Lieutenant Celeste Scruggs from Georgetown, Lieutenant Hadley Daffin from Rockwall, and in the center, the Captain, Madison Howe from Austin. It's tradition. It's their trademark. It's the high kick. In November, the sophomore Rangerettes will travel to New York City and open for the Rockettes at Radio City Music Hall. They will also perform as Spirit of America dancers in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
This is what we've been waiting for. At the dawn of forevermore, we can stand on this ground so.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
Welcome back to Kilgore College Football on the KC Sports Network and AM 600 KTBB. Very thankful to have our sponsorship, our partnership, I should say, with KTBB and KRWR 92.1 FM, the team sports radio, for a radio broadcast of select Kilgore College games this season. This will be our last broadcast of the season, as the Rangers, looks like, after we added some things up, might be on the short end of the tiebreaker. But again, you never know what other things happen between now and the day they have the conference meeting on Sunday. Now, if Northeastern Oklahoma hangs on to this lead, then it doesn't matter for Kilgore College. The Rangers will be out of the playoffs this year. NEO right now leading 34-27. The Golden Norsemen have a chance at the number 2 seed if they get the victory today. And so, again, there's a lot to be said about that, because you get to host the first round playoff game, the semifinal playoff game.
Yeah, absolutely. Home field advantage in playoffs is obviously a distinct advantage. Maybe Kilgore should need to be checking transcripts of their opponents. Maybe get some more forfeits and get into the playoffs.
I think it's traumatic enough, not only for Navarro College, any college that has to go through that, but, you know, the other thing is for the league, because you don't like that to be a mark against the league. And, again, the folks at Navarro, you know, they didn't want that to happen, and who knows what all transpired through that. Surely it was not anything that was done on purpose, obviously. But then I think the other thing that you think about, too, is how it impacts the league nationally, because Navarro College, coming into the, you know, this week, they're in the national rankings. And obviously this kind of will be hurting that as well. Okay, NEO is kicking off to start the third quarter of play. And kicking it off for NEO is Price Burgess. This is going to be a short kick. That'll bounce. It touches the Kilgore player, and then Mosey will let it roll out of bounds. And so since it hits the Kilgore player, now a flag comes down after that, which would give Kilgore the football at the 35-yard line. But having touched a Kilgore player, does that change anything with that? Because it hit the leg of the Kilgore player.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would have impacted, if the ball stayed in bounds, it would have been a live ball, but it bounded out of bounds, and I'm not sure what the penalty's for.
I think it would be called like an illegal procedure penalty against the kicking team for kicking it out of bounds. So that'll be at the 35-yard line, and that's where Kilgore will take over. First down at its own 35 to start the third quarter. Rangers very much in it, down by 7, 34-27. Again, a very active second quarter. The teams combined scoring 47 points. A total of 61 points scored in the first quarter in the first half for both of these teams. So it's a very active homecoming game. Certainly not boring here at R.E. St. John Memorial Stadium. Highly offensive contest. And if you're a defensive coordinator, it's been pretty offensive for you. Well, you've given up as many yards and points as you have in the first half of play.
I was just going to say the defensive coordinators are thinking this is highly offensive as well.
Yeah, I would think so. All right, so you're an offensive guy as a tight end, not an offensive person as well. But as
I can be.
What was it like if you're the offense and they're not complaining about you in the locker room at the half because you've scored a bunch of points? Did you get talked to at all as the offense, or was it all the defense getting the lessons in the halftime locker room?
You break into your own little areas, and you can hear the defensive room getting a little loud, maybe some of the coaches. But on the offensive side, the coaches are just telling you, let's just do more of the same. We just don't know how things are going to change in the second half. Let's just keep scoring points and see what happens. But, yeah, if you're in the locker room and you've scored 27 or 34 respectively in your first half, you're just looking at tightening things up, eliminating mental mistakes. Don't be jumping off sides, but obviously our scheme's working, and let's just keep pushing the pedal.
All right, and so the Rangers will hopefully be doing that. Again, NEO with a lot to play for as far as seeding is concerned. It's the difference between going on the road to Athens or hosting Trinity Valley next week.
I'm not sure what the delays here.
Yeah, again, the kickoff did go out of bounds, and there was a penalty flag, and you would have thought it would have been for that, but it also touched a Kilgore player. And so I don't know if that was what the discussion was about. We're not down there. We couldn't tell. But I think after all has been said and done, Kilgore has the ball at the 35-yard line, which is where they would have had it anyway.
Yeah, I think being that it touched the player and went out of bounds, it was, all's fair in love and war.
All right, first down for the Rangers from the 35, moving left to right from our broadcast position in the third quarter, and they're going to lose yardage. The snap goes over Oskowski's head, and he wisely falls on it at the 16-yard line, and then he also had a big Golden Norse fall on top of him as well. That didn't feel good for the Kilgore Ranger quarterback, and so the Rangers losing yardage. It's a second down now. The ball is all the way back to the 16-yard line, so you're looking at a second down and 29. The Rangers lost 19 yards on that errant snap.
Yeah, that was not only a high snap, but way too hard. They may be asking the center to do too much. Maybe he's got to do a long reach block, which means a big step on his part. And a lot of times that ball gets hard to get snapped softly. So maybe change the blocking scheme a little bit.
All right, second down. The snap. Oskowski fakes it, looking upfield. He gets hit, and he goes down. Liam Oskowski goes down as the Golden Norse are in there to put the quarterback to the ground. There's a few guys in there for the Golden Norsemen. We did identify number 97, Quentin Shepard, a freshman defensive tackle out of Argyle, Texas. And so now you're looking at a third down for the Rangers. Ball is at the 8-yard line, third down and 37 for Kilgore.
That's where you dial up the tight end down the middle.
I think you're right. That play always works. Man, did you ever feel like a sacrificial lamb sometimes when they threw it over the middle to you?
Well, this is one of those times where you go, don't throw me the ball.
Oskowski's rolling to his right, looking upfield. He's going to fire this one to the right sideline. Oh, and Titus Ivey almost made a great reception. He was able to cut back behind the defender and almost made a great reception coming back for it. One of the NEO players is messing around a little bit there. He had his hands held out toward the Kilgore sideline, then sort of sauntered the football to hand it to the field judge, and all he gets is a conversation. That's Jordan Warrior of Northeastern Oklahoma. You know, we have seen games before, and I don't know what these players are saying. I can't hear them. We've seen games before where it seems like stuff like that got flagged immediately. Hasn't happened in this game today.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on the staff of the.
Monsivias is able to get the punt away out of the end zone. Caught at the 48 of Kilgore to the 45. Left sideline to the 40 to the 35. Going to the 30 and then jogging out of bounds with it for Northeastern Oklahoma after receiving the kick is Antoine Woody.
Yeah, that was not very good coverage by the Rangers. By the time when he caught the ball, there wasn't really anybody around 10 yards of him. And I don't know what what happened. Maybe they had a punt block on him and they had to keep the guys in, but he had a lot of space when he caught the ball.
The ball is at the 28-yard line, so that's a 20-yard punt return by Woody with 13:09 to play, and it is NEO's football in great field position at the 28. NEO, after blocking a punt, had it at the 27 in the second quarter and scored a touchdown off of that drive. 1st and 10, Carson Cooksey back in at quarterback for NEO, takes the snap, and he'll hand it off, and that's going to be Quantrell Walker who will get stacked up at the 30, make it the 26-yard line. So he picks up a couple on the play. 2nd down and 8. Good job by the Rangers. One of the big guys in there for Kilgore, Korea Edmond, the sophomore defensive tackle out of Killeen, Texas.
Yeah, he made a nice play there, held his gap very strong, and just didn't let anything happen with the running play.
One wide receiver to each side for Kilgore. Cooksey is the quarterback, Walker is the running back. Cooksey marked out of count. Now he looks toward the NEO sideline. 2nd down. 2-man in motion now. They'll line up on the right-hand side. And then another man in motion to the right. This is going to be a jet sweep. And the Rangers are in there. A flag comes down and a reversal of field to the 30, to the 25. Getting tackled at the 22-yard line for Northeastern Oklahoma. That's Mashawn Graham, who has a touchdown reception today. Might be a hold in the backfield is what I'm guessing, as the play started right, and then Graham had a cut back left, and you talked about it before. Sometimes that puts you in a bad spot as a blocker, and it is holding against NEO.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Plus, Kilgore had a lot of penetration, so one of your guys reaches out and grabs, and it usually, like you said, turns into a holding penalty. Both offensives are going backwards these first series.
All right, 12:51 to play, 3rd quarter. NEO 34, Kilgore 27. NEO with the first possession. Well, Kilgore had the first possession of this half and had to kick it away. So NEO with the football now.
Might want to pick up the flag.
Yeah, referee's going to jog on over there and grab it. So the ball is pushed back to the 36-yard line. 2nd down and 18 for the Golden Norsemen. Trips to the right, one to the left for NEO. Cooksey takes the snap. Here comes the Kilgore rush. Cooksey gets away from it, and this time the Rangers are able to wrap him up. Marquise Hill is in there on the stop for Kilgore College. Also coming up to help make the play with the assist, Victor Thomas.
Quarterback took a big hit there. I think he's kind of assessing if he's got all his digits and joints in place right now.
So at the 36-yard line, it's now a 3rd down and 18. So there's no gain on the play there for Northeastern Oklahoma. No loss, but a loss of down, 3rd and 18. Trips to the right, one to the left for the Golden Norse in Kilgore territory, moving right to left from our broadcast position in the 3rd quarter. The snap. Cooksey fades back. Now he is running for his life to the right. On the run, fires it out of bounds. That was well over the head of the intended receiver on the far sideline. And so the Ranger defense holds. 4th down, the Golden Norsemen. We'll see if they want to kick it away or if they want to go ahead and try to go for it here. Looks like they're bringing a special teams unit onto the field. And now they're taking the special teams unit off the field. And Kilgore is subbing their units on and off the field. And they're keeping, Carson Cooksey back out there at quarterback for Northeastern Oklahoma. A lot of dancing around, and there's just 10 on the play clock.
Yeah, this is going to, well, I'm not going to say have to, but I'm thinking quick kick.
A snap, and Cooksey's going to go for it on 4th down. Airs this one out, toward the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown for Northeastern Oklahoma. What an unbelievable grab for the touchdown. A Ranger was there to defend it, but yet it's a touchdown for Northeastern Oklahoma. And making the reception for the score for NEO, it is Donnie Barnett, Christian Bond, with his 2nd touchdown of the ball game for the Golden Norsemen. 11:49 left in the 3rd quarter. It's NEO 40 and Kilgore 27. Wow.
You know, that was a result of, we mentioned earlier, Manny, how the safeties are playing up very close to the line of scrimmage to stop the run. So you're putting your corners on an island, and I guess they just thought that our guy's better than your guy. Let's try it for 4th and 18, but that's really an odd play.
Burgess with a point after touchdown. The snap is dropped. This is going to be a 2-point conversion attempt that will be no good. That's an errant attempt for 2 points. The holder for Northeastern Oklahoma, who picked up the bad snap, Trajan Williamson, ended up throwing the ball away on the two-point conversion attempt, so it's no good. 11:49 left in the second quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 40, Kilgore College 27. Let's go ahead and take this timeout. It will be a 60-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, with advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Hospital.
This is what we've been waiting for. At the dawn of forevermore, we can stand on this ground so.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
On the return, number 81, Jalen Mayen. Brought down by number 4.
As we return to R.E. St. John Memorial Stadium, the kickoff return by Jalen Mayen, and he'll have the ball up to the 29-yard line. That's where Kilgore will take over. 11:44 left in the third quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma, after holding Kilgore on its first offensive possession to a punt, gets the ball and ends up with a touchdown pass of 36 yards from Carson Cooksey to Christian Bond. That is Cooksey's third TD pass of the ballgame, the second time those two men have connected. Two-point conversion pass was failed. Northeastern Oklahoma with a lead, and on first down, James Johnson is harassed in the backfield and taken down for a loss of 4 to the 25-yard line. Leading the charge for the Golden Norsemen that time, it was Javion Hill, a freshman out of College Station, Texas. So 11:37 to play, Golden Norsemen 40 and the Rangers 27. Second down now for Kilgore College. It's second down and 14.
Yeah, good penetration by the linebacker there. Ran through the gap and just blew the play up.
Flag on the play, illegal substitution.
So illegal substitution penalty against who? And that'll go against Northeastern Oklahoma. So the Rangers had lost 4 yards on the run, and that will wipe out the loss and give Kilgore an advancement of 5 yards to the 34-yard line and make it a first down and 5. So that's the best news the Rangers could have gotten out of that exchange.
Yeah, so far they've been going backwards, so that's a positive play at least.
And this is a sweep left side by James Johnson. Johnson to the 35 and going out of bounds at the 38-yard line. So he'll be close to a first down with 11:27 to play. Let's see where they actually spot it. There's a first and 5 run there for Kilgore. They'll put him out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Nope, now they're going to move it upfield. All right, they'll say it's the 36. So short gain there as Johnson will need 3 for the first down. He just picked up 2 on the play.
Yeah, like in the first half, they just keep attacking the perimeters.
Again, another run for the Rangers. And one more time, the Golden Norsemen there to stop it. Ends up being a yard loss to the 35-yard line. James having trouble now with a run. A Golden Norse is down on the field with injury. He is being helped up, however, by a coach and his teammates. Helping out on the stop again for Northeastern Oklahoma. He's been busy today as Kyron Dolby for the Golden Norse.
Jolly's coming into the game, so obviously he's been successful both running and receiving today, so you might want to look for him.
Trips to the right, one to the left. The snap as Oskowski rolls to his right. He's going to stop. He's going to cut it back upfield, and Liam will have a first down and more to the midfield stripe, the 45, the 40, and down to the 38-yard line. Oskowski with a quarterback keeper. Might not have been intended, but it's a first down for the Rangers at the 39 of the Golden Norsemen.
No, that was a good job. A little roll to his right, looked downfield. It looked like he looked for a first and a secondary receiver, but when that nothing was open, he just took it down and had a lot of space to run for a long, long positive gain.
First down for Kilgore now at the 39-yard line. Liam with a nice run. Double wide to each side for the Rangers. Oskowski will hand it off. And taking it up the middle, it's Johnson this time. And he'll end up being stopped at the 38. So he picks up 1, and that's Ezel Jolly He was stopped at the 38. So second down for the Kilgore Rangers. Second down and 9 from the 38 of the Golden Norsemen. Both of the quarterbacks we've seen for the Rangers today, Nunley and Oskowski, have good running abilities.
Yeah, Oskowski moves really well for a big kid, 6'5", 6'6". He moves really well.
And Oskowski will go ahead and keep it this time to the 35, right side to the 30. Keeps his toes on the inside, and then he's finally tossed out of bounds. Ranger fans will want a flag, but I don't think they'll get it. Mosey's in the face of the defender who tossed Oskowski out of bounds. I believe that was Jordan Warrior who did so. No flag there, but Oskowski able to go ahead and do his job again. And one more time, the Golden Norsemen getting a little chatty with 9:14 to go.
Yeah, a good run by Oskowski again. 6'5", 218. He does move well.
22-yard gain to the 16-yard line by Liam. Trips to the left, one to the right. Oskowski out of Alberta, Calgary, Alberta. This is an inside handoff. Jolly to the 10 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Kilgore College. Ezel Jolly takes it into the end zone for the score from 16 yards out. The Rangers keeping it on the ground on that drive. 8:53 left, third quarter. NEO 40, Kilgore 33. Extra point pending for the Rangers.
Yeah, that missed extra point early on in the series by Northeast Oklahoma may be a big play here because it's going to make it less than a one-score game now.
Jolly with another touchdown today. That one coming from 16 yards out. Wonwood Choi from South Korea out of the hold on Monsiváis with the point after for the Rangers. Ball is down, kick is on the way, and the kick is up and good through the uprights. 8:53 to play in the third quarter. It's now NEO 40 and Kilgore College 33. We'll go ahead and take this timeout. It's offsides against Northeastern Oklahoma. That's time, so take on the extra point now. 40-34, the Golden Norsemen with the lead over the Rangers. 8:53 left in the third quarter. Let's take a 60-second timeout on 600 AM KTVB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. And for our video audience, there is the kickoff by Dre Mitchell. He bounces it. It's picked up at the 30, 35, 40. And the kickoff is taken to the 46-yard line. Ends up being a 16-yard kickoff return for Northeastern Oklahoma. The return by Johnny Caldwell of NEO. And so a flag is down on the far side of the field near the 40. Again, Dre Mitchell just bounced that one upfield, hoping to maybe get an error by an NEO player. I know that sounds like baseball, and sometimes you have to field a kickoff like you're playing baseball. Ends up being against the Rangers, and it'll be a first down. So the Rangers with a personal foul, and that's going to add 15 yards from the 46-yard line. The mistakes you do not want to make, especially if it's only a 6-point ball game.
No, and you're giving your guys a short field. There's multiple statistics that show that the shorter the drive, the more successful ratio that happens. And you give your opponents the ball on the 40-yard on plus territory. You can't live like that.
All right, so I guess it was a shorter penalty than I thought. No, it is down to the 40-yard line. So that's where it will be, a first down for NEO at the 40 of Kilgore College following the penalty. Two wide receivers to the left, one to the right. And Cooksey remains the quarterback for the Golden Norsemen, up by 6, 40-34. 8:46 left in the third quarter. On first down, this is going to be Walker with a carry, and Quantrell is eaten alive. Marquise Hill says, we've had enough of this, and he's able to stop Quantrell Walker for no gain. 2nd and 10 from the Kilgore 40.
Yeah, good job by Marquise there. His job was contained. He did exactly that. The running back bounced out to the left, and he was there waiting for him.
So second down for NEO from the Kilgore 40 in the third quarter of action on homecoming day 2025. Double wide receivers to the right, one to the left. You back in for Northeastern Oklahoma. Cooksey over the middle, has a man at the 20, down to the 10, to the 5, and into the end zone. It's a touchdown for NEO. Man, that was an easy pitch and catch for a score for Northeastern Oklahoma over the middle for the touchdown.
Antoine Woody.
Yeah, that's going to be number 7, which is going to be Antoine Woody, who made the touchdown reception for Northeastern Oklahoma. And just like that, the Golden Norsemen score on a 40-yard pass with 7:59 left in the third quarter. NEO 46, Kilgore 34.
Again, one of these situations where the receiver on a crossing pattern from right to left just got behind the safeties who are moved up to stop the run. I'm thinking at some point you got to back your safeties off a little bit because they've given up a lot of long pass plays.
Extra point kick by Burgess is on the way, and it's through the uprights. The kick is good. 7:59 left in the third quarter, and you score in a high-scoring affair. Northeastern Oklahoma 47, Kilgore College 34. Let's take this 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm. With advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Hospital.
This is what we've been waiting for. At the dawn of forevermore, we can stand on this ground so.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
All right, the kickoff went to Jalen Mayon, but a bunch of whistles blew after Mayon caught the football. So it was a 40-yard touchdown pass from Carson Cooksey to Woody. Antoine Woody out of Keller, Texas for Northeastern Oklahoma. Burgess with the extra point kick at 7:59 of the third quarter. And the penalty set NEO up in Kilgore territory, the penalty on the kickoff. And NEO cashes in on the 40-yard strike with 7:59 to play in the third. NEO leading Kilgore 47-34. And penalty on the kickoff. That's offsides against the kicking team, and that's going to move the ball back to the 30-yard line.
Heck, with these pooch kicks they're doing, he may not get the ball past midfield.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what you think about the kickoff rule in the NFL. Second year that it's been going on now. And I know they say they do it to protect players.
Yeah.
And I know player safety is the big thing, and people should be thankful for that, obviously. But what do you think about it as a former player?
I wish it would have been in place when I was playing because I remember being in that wedge where guys could come down and dive at your feet and hit you a million miles an hour plus block you from the side and blow you up. So it would have made it a little bit, I don't want to say easier, but a little bit less dangerous maybe. But, the setup still lends itself to some kickoff returns. So it's put the back into the game a little bit as opposed to just booming out of the end zone.
All right, 7:58 left. It's NEO 47, Kilgore 34. Kickoff for the Golden Norse from the 30, and it is bobbled out of bounds as Devontae Mosey on the far sideline tried to field the kick on the bounce, and it just didn't work out. But the Rangers will keep the football, and it will be upfield. Nice job for the Rangers to actually get it further upfield with a short kickoff. So you're not a fan of these pooch kicks we're seeing today, huh?
Well, I mean, like I said, statistically, if you got to do an 80-yard drive, the chances of doing it are minimal, plus you're going to make mental mistakes. You're going to have a turnover or something. You give everybody a short field, 50, 60 yards on offense, it looks like. That's probably why we're sitting at this score currently.
So out of bounds at the 40 is where the ball went. as Mosee couldn't handle it. First down from the 40 for Kilgore. Oskowski, he was about to throw it, and then he gets racked up and sacked for a loss and lost his helmet. Boy, that's a big-time play for this Golden Norse defense. What a job up front for NEO. Big number 97 for NEO, Quentin Shepard with a sack. It goes back to the 34, a loss of 6, second down and 16.
Yeah, Oskowski did a good job of holding on the ball there, which, we've not had a turnover yet this game either. So, everybody gets a little fatigued. Sometimes you see a fumble, sometimes you see an interception occur.
Double wideouts each side for Kilgore, second down. And it's going to be Oskowski on the keeper. He's able to muscle away from one defender, make it Christian Nunley, And Nunley crosses the 35 to the 37, so Christian will pick up 3. And the Rangers face a third down and 13. And again, some more chatting here. And a flag comes down as one of the NEO players just kept on chatting. I don't know if it was at a Kilgore player or if it was toward the Kilgore bench. And one of the Ranger coaches, I believe that was Coach Mackey, who used to play football here at Kilgore, actually had to get one of his players out of the way so nothing else developed. But Jordan Warrior, who's been quite chatty today, might be flagged for this penalty. We'll see what the referee says. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Northeastern Oklahoma. Sometimes you see it offsetting, but I think the referees have had enough of Jordan Warrior and his commentary on the field, and so that will give Kilgore a first down via penalty.
Yeah, there's no excuse for that. If I'm coaching for Northeast Oklahoma, I might have had my fill of him as well. He's not that good of a player. I've not seen any standout plays or great things. He needs to just keep his mouth shut. Play football.
Well, it hurts the team.
Absolutely. That would have been a turnover on downs probably coming up, but first down at midfield now, so there you go again.
Yeah, so Kilgore is in NEO territory at the 49, trips to the left now, one to the right for the Rangers, and that is Johnson up to the 45, the 40. He breaks a tackle and gets inside the 35 down to the 33-yard line, and there's a 16-yard carry by James Johnson and another first down for Kilgore College. 6:46 to go. One other thing that chirping does is it fuels the other team. And so for the Rangers, that's just going to make them mad, and offensive linemen are going to start imposing their will on you.
Well, just what you brought up a good point. I've been in huddles where they go, what's that guy's number? And you get some 6'5", 280-pound guard going to look him up and make him for a long day.
This is going to be Johnson again, and he fumbles the football, and I think the Golden Norsemen have ended up with it. Oh, the Rangers with a costly error here. After a gift of a penalty by the Golden Norsemen, Johnson fumbles the football at the 35-yard line. They're going to unpile everybody. Oh, and there should be a flag here. One of the Rangers pulled off a Golden Norse, and now a referee's hat comes out as well, and he threw a punch at the Ranger. Things are getting a little bit chippy. The recovery made for the Golden Norsemen with a recovery for NEO. It is Caden Jones out of Austin, Texas. So Caden Jones with a recovery. Kilgore loses the ball, and it is NEO's football with 6:13 to play. I don't think they're going to do anything about the punch, although a referee did throw his hat.
Yeah, I'm curious here, Manny, because I think what happened is one of the Rangers pulled the guy off, the NEO player off the pile, which you can't do, and then he threw a punch. I'm wondering if it's going to be penalties both ways.
Yeah, it could be offsetting, which is... Yeah, you're right, Bob. So it's going to be NEO's football after the fumble recovery. Again, dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike conduct, and rightfully so. You can't pull a guy off, but you can't throw a punch.
No, absolutely. Both things warranted. And that's where, when you're in the training camp, early part of the season, or even during the season, one of the things that our coaching staff would always do is you'd have a meeting every 3 weeks or so and discuss rules. I mean, I'm not saying he should know that, but if you're getting pulled off a pile, if the officials are doing their job, it's going to be a penalty. Don't exacerbate it by throwing a punch.
So they're going to spot the ball at the 33-yard line, but NEO ends up with a turnover. So Kilgore gives it up as they were actually starting to mount a nice drive. Golden Norsemen lead it by 13, 47-34 with 6:13 left in the third quarter. And now before the play starts, we have a few more whistles. The referees are trying to get things under control. It's become a heated ball game.
Yeah, and like we discussed, Manny, a little bit later in the game, get a little fatigue factor. That's when you might expect to see some turnovers happen.
Cooksey on first down hands it off. bouncing right side for a couple, maybe 3 yards to the 36-yard line. And now we have a Rangers helmet that was stripped off his head. And now another Golden Norseman player going at it with a Kilgore player. And referees throwing flags, and things are not going well here. As that was Corey Thompson who had his helmet taken off his head. That's going to get you a flag probably.
And another flag.
Now, this isn't a case where the referees are wanting to throw flags.
No.
They're having to throw flags to keep this game under control with 6:03 to play.
Absolutely not, Manny. Good call. They're just trying to keep civilness going on here. And some guy's awfully cranky on the offensive line for Northeast Oklahoma. He may have gotten both of those, and if so, he may be gone.
The ball carrier who carried it for 3 yards for NEO was Johnny Caldwell. The ball is at the 36 for a moment. Could be a 2nd down and 7, but after the penalties are assessed or discussed and assessed, then we'll see actually where things lay. But wow. The referees are doing their best to keep this under control, Bob. I mean, it's just very emotional for both teams. Again, NEO trying to play for a playoff spot.
Dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike conduct.
A sportsmanlike conduct against Kilgore. And it's going to be offsetting because it should.
Also against Kilgore.
Oh, the Rangers with 2 penalties and an ejection. And so now the Ranger coaching staff saying, what's going on here?
It's over. Yeah. That's what I said. I think that guy had them both. He needs to be gone. The offensive lineman.
All right, so both of them go against Northeastern Oklahoma. The referee had decided to go ahead and correct that. One of the Ranger players making sure that was the call. Hey, are you sure that's right? And so it is 2 penalties against Northeastern Oklahoma and an ejection. And that was, I believe, Coach Browning who got out of the field. He's a good-sized man, by the way. And
moves well, though.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does pretty well. You know what? When you're antagonized, you move pretty well. All right, so the penalties move the ball back to the 21-yard line. So Northeastern Oklahoma with the football at the 21, 6:03 to play. And NEO has lost a player due to ejection. And he is being escorted to the locker room area.
Correction from the officials, the unsportsmanlike conducts were all against NEO.
And for NEO, it is Daniel Ogundipe, a freshman, who has been ejected for the ball game. Daniel Ogundipe, wearing number 57, is walking to the locker room area. So he's out of the ball game now. So 5:55 to play. NEO 47, Kilgore 34. And it is 2nd down and 32 following the penalties against NEO. Cooksey will hand it off, and NEO is going to try to make it up on a run play. Ball was spotted at the 10-yard line. And the carry is up to the 20, so that's a pickup of 10. Now a 3rd down and 22.
Johnny Caldwell on the carry.
Yeah, and Johnny Caldwell had the carry that time for Northeastern Oklahoma. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I was just going to say the player who got booted out, Daniel's from Tyler, so I'm sure his family's in the crowd going, what did you do that for?
23 is actually what's needed. 3rd and 23 for Northeastern Oklahoma with 5:16 to play. Ball is at the 20. NEO has to get to the 43-yard line. This is after NEO recovered a fumble. And then all the exciting penalties happen. And wow, keeping it going. And look at this, breaking into the 50-yard line to the 40, left sideline to the 30, to the 20. And this is going to be an 80-yard touchdown run for Northeastern Oklahoma with 4:54 to play. Unbelievable play for Northeastern Oklahoma. Into the end zone for the score, the Golden Norsemen. And the Golden Norsemen now lead at 53 to 34. It was a 3rd down and 23 for Northeastern Oklahoma, and they end up getting a touchdown run of 80 yards. Man.
Yeah, that's inexcusable. They had him stood up and should have made the tackle. And I didn't see anybody trying to punch and rip at the ball, which typically you see sometimes when a guy breaks the tackle. They just didn't get him on the ground.
Here's the point after touchdown by Burgess. Oh, we have a Ranger come across the line and knock down a Golden Norseman offensive lineman. Things are going all to pot here with 4:53 left in the 3rd quarter. Wow.
You think that offensive line, that guy blocking for the kick just got ran over by a gorilla? He just acted like he was smacked and dead.
Pretty good acting
Yeah,
job, huh?
exactly. He's probably going to get 5 yards on the kickoff.
All right, it's going to be offsides against the Rangers, I think.
Yeah.
And they're discussing it with the kicker.
I'm not a gambling man, but what's the over and under on total yardage this game at the end of the game? 1,000 yards?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. So they're going to go ahead and take it on the extra point kick. So Burgess will now be kicking this one from the 7-yard line instead of the 10. So it's just half the distance to the goal, 4:53 left. NEO 53, Kilgore 34. 80-yard touchdown run for the Golden Norsemen.
Might fake it for the 2 to get back on track.
Ball is down. Kick is on the way, and the extra point kick is blocked. And it'll end up going out of the end zone. The kick is no good. So the Rangers with a second block kick. That might be Brayton West again, who was able to get in there and do it. Is there a flag down? It's in the back of the end zone now. So we need to see what's happening here. We're not going anywhere. We'll see how this play shakes out. Wow.
Well, with that being the second kick, they might decide to just start going for 2 points on these conversions if they keep scoring.
I don't see anybody stopping anybody from scoring right now.
They're going to wave it off.
All right, so the penalty is waved off. Extra point kick is no good. 4:53 left, third quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 53, Kilgore College 34. Let's take a 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm. With advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Hospital.
Of kickoff was caught by Devontae Mosey, and he ends up running out of the bounds with it. We'll see where they spot him out of bounds. They spot him out of bounds at the 36-yard line. That was close to where he caught it. Might have stepped out because it was pretty close to the sideline. So the ball at the 36, 4:52 to play. Kilgore now trailing 53-34. That was a 90-yard drive. Started out with a 10-yard run to begin with after the penalties were assessed. And then Caldwell scored on an 80-yard run. It was 3rd and 23 for Northeastern Oklahoma. Caldwell with an 80-yard run. Extra point kick was blocked by the Rangers. 7:59 of the third quarter. Back in 4:53 of the third quarter, pardon me. First down, and here's a run by James Johnson to the 30. Johnson to the 20. Hasta la vista, baby. Touchdown, Kilgore College. Well, right when you start talking about one drive, the Rangers come up with another drive into the end zone for the score. A run of 64 yards by James Johnson, and the Rangers cut it to 53-40. What a run by Johnson for the score. Just like that, James Johnson right side for Kilgore College. Doesn't take much, does it?
No, it's like they've just decided they're not going to play defense anymore. That cornerback for Northeast Oklahoma, the guy who's been so chippy, Jordan Warrior, just watched the guy run by him for a touchdown.
So Mosey ended up going out of bounds near the 36-yard line after catching the football on the sideline, and then James Johnson finished the rest of the job. Troy's extra point kick is through the uprights and good. 4:42 left to go in the third quarter. So Johnson scoring on a 64-yard run for Kilgore College. So for Johnson, he has a 64-yard run, a 55-yard run, and a 24-yard run. Both running backs have been busy going long distance for Kilgore College today. So 7 more points for the Rangers. And now with 4:42, that's just 11 seconds after the NEO score. 4:42 left in the third quarter. It's NEO 53 and Kilgore College 41. Man, Bob, this game's a good one.
Yeah, I think his touchdown runs add up to about 150 yards by themselves. 143 if I was adding it up quick enough.
Man, Johnson 64, 55, and 24. And Jolly has a 16-yard touchdown run and an 81-yard run. The Rangers have shown they can run the football, but wow, Johnson, that was a first down play.
Yeah.
Just took it right side and went for the score. Rangers very much in this one, down by 12, 53-41 with 4:42 to play. I was trying to wrap up the NEO drive when that happened. Caldwell with an 80-yard run. The extra point kick was blocked. A 90-yard drive because of penalties, giving NEO the ball at its own 10, and then they end up scoring a 10-yard run, and then you end up with a touchdown run at the end of it all by Caldwell, and then Kilgore gets it back on Johnson's 64-yard run. All right, 4:42 to go.
Yeah, you mentioned that they showed they can run. I'm not sure if they showed they can run or NEO showed they can't play defense.
Well, you know, I was told by Coach Gooden that their defense was a lot better, and their defense was a large part of their victory over Trinity Valley last week on the road in Athens. And there is the kickoff by Choi, and that will end up going out of the end zone. Now, Choi is not the regular man on kickoff. Stray Mitchell has been kicking it off. Sometimes once Avias does. Choi at that time puts it out of the end zone. NEO will start at the 25 with 4:42 to play. Now, that's what Bob's been talking about.
Well, I mean, I think somebody on the sidelines went, well, if we just kick it out of bounds, it's the 25 versus the 40 or the 45. So, you know, football players aren't just the brightest, but they finally catch on, I think, myself included.
You know, we want to thank those of you who have been listening on KTPB and then also watching on the KC Sports Network, and your comments are appreciated as well. Keep it up with the ball game. Both teams being supported, NEO and Kilgore College. First down, Cooksey for NEO. He's going to dump it into the ground because there really was nobody open. In the area for NEO was Ike Owens, a freshman out of Cheney, Washington, but Ike was busy blocking upfield and was in the area is all we could say, as otherwise you might as well call it a spike into the ground. 4:36 to go.
Yeah, what they tried to run was a one-man route, get a guy deep on the corner pattern, and when he wasn't there, nobody else was even looking for the ball. Like you said, the one receiver was blocking to give the quarterback time, so he just had to throw it in the ground.
It was 34-27 at the half. It's now 53-41, 4:36 left in the third quarter. Yeah, a lot of scoring going on in the third quarter here.
It's very observant of you, Manny.
Man, I'll tell you what. The Cooksey has 4 touchdown passes today. Going for number 5, and it's incomplete. That was too long over the head of the intended receiver on the far sideline. NEO coaching staff not very happy with that offensive play. That was intended for Eli Blankenship, I believe.
Yeah, good play by Anderson. The cornerback just ran the receiver away from the ball, but they are inching their safeties a little deeper now. For the Raider defense, I think they may be getting a little tired of the ball being thrown over their heads.
Double check that. That was Tavares Steens, who was the intended receiver. 4:28 left, third quarter. NEO 53, Kilgore 41. Third down 10 for the Golden Norse at the 25-yard line. Cooksey quickly right side. Ball is caught, and the Ranger defense is there. Corey Thompson wraps up the receiver just for a 1-yard gain to the 26-yard line. NEO was hoping for more. Didn't get that out of the play. Tyler Stewart, a tight end out of North Richland Hills with the reception, and then he immediately goes down to the turf after Corey Thompson tackles him. And everybody's okay. They have blown the whistle, though. Is there somebody injured that we don't see, or is it a penalty against Kilgore?
There's a penalty flag. And the way the Rangers are reacting, it looks like it might be against them.
Man. A lot of flags in this contest, and again, we did have a game not too long ago where it seemed like the Hankies just kept on coming out no matter what. This is more for control of this football game. Dead ball foul against the Rangers, unsportsmanlike conduct, and dead ball foul against Northeastern Oklahoma. Penalties offset, so it will be fourth down for NEO. So his ball is back at, should be at the 36, just a 1-yard gain, but still giving the 1 yard to the 26.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's better not to say anything, but you just can't have that. I mean, you're playing a football game. You're not going to convince anybody that you're tough or you're better. It's just play the game. Quit with the penalties.
Right now, NEO's better, leading 53-41, 4:11 to the third quarter. And the thing is, they don't have to talk about that.
No.
And Kilgore doesn't have to react to it either.
Exactly right.
Now, these are all young men who are, playing a game that requires a lot of emotion. So there's a high snap, yanked down, and the punt is away for Northeastern Oklahoma. Jalen Mayon will let it bounce at the 31, and it stays in bounds. I think he was banking on it going out of bounds. It'll end up being down at the 20-yard line. The punter for Northeastern Oklahoma, Zahir Fisher, is the one who kicked that ball down the field.
Yeah, that was a great punt. He helped the ball turn over, good spiral, just the stereotypical good-looking punt, and he boomed it.
All right, so they're going to put this down at the 24. That's where Kilgore will have the football with 3:54 to play. NEO 53, Kilgore 41.
Well, we got to stop, so now it's time to chisel into that lead with a score of our own now.
Well, a lot of time left, 3:54 left in the third quarter. A lot of scoring happened. And it seems like if you hand it off to a Kilgore running back, he'll find his way to the end zone somehow. First down for the Rangers. This is Jolly. He starts left side, and this time he's tackled. It'll be a pickup of 4 to the 25-yard line. Good job coming up from behind and making the stop for NEO. That's Jalen Stewart. So second down for Kilgore from its own 25-yard line with 3:34 remaining. The snap goes to Oskowski. Liam will hand it off. Jolly, and boy, the Golden Norsemen react well this time. Just a 2-yard pickup to the 27. Third down for the Rangers, needing 4 for the first down. Big 97 in there for NEO, helping out on the stop. That's Quentin Shepard.
Yeah, good job by the NEO defense, just floating down the line and getting Jolly. He's a tough running back to get on the ground.
All right, double wideouts to the left and 2 to the right as well for the Kilgore Rangers. The snap goes to Oskowski. Blitz. Oskowski gets out of it, takes it upfield, and now we have a whistle on the stoppage and play before the play ensued further. Oskowski got tackled on the play. One of the NEO players is holding his helmet. I don't know if they could be tired. They've been chasing Oskowski all day today. But also it was more one of those exasperation. This is going to be a penalty against Kilgore. I guess it would be when they were blowing the whistle. I guess the play should have been blown dead. So the Rangers with a penalty. The center judge is trying to decide if he's going to move it back or not. Line of scrimmage the 27.
I think he's going to move it against
So
NEO.
it's against Northeastern Oklahoma. Okay. Yeah. I was wondering if it was offsides because there was a blitz coming from the left side defensively, and the defender might have gotten too much of a jump. That's why Liam decided just to pull it down and run. He had no other choice.
Yeah, I think that, and I think he saw the jump and maybe knew he had a free play.
So the ball advanced to the 32 via the penalty. First down for Kilgore. Oskowski gets his arm hit, and the pass falls incomplete, intended for Mayon. Oskowski got knocked to the deck, but his arm was clearly hit as he unloaded the football. Getting in there for Northeastern Oklahoma, disrupting it, Caden Jones.
Yeah, good play by him. Receiver was open. If Oskowski had a little bit more time, we probably had a completion for a first down at least.
All right, so second down for Kilgore, 2nd and 10 from its own 32-yard line. 2:42 left in the third quarter. That's seen a lot of scoring. NEO 53, Kilgore 41. There's a snap. Oskowski's going right sideline, and that one is almost intercepted. That is almost picked off by NEO's Jordan Warrior, intended for the Kilgore College receiver, Brandon Ward.
I think you got him off sides again.
Yep, that is an offsides penalty against Northeastern Oklahoma. That's 5 more free yards for the Rangers, and it'll end up being a 2nd and 5 for Kilgore.
Oskowski must have a very loud clap when he asked for the ball because I guess Northeast Oklahoma can't stop him jumping.
Couple of wideouts to each side. Now, actually, you'll send 3 to the left, 1 to the right for Kilgore. Jolly's in the backfield. You know, Kilgore has substituted the running backs today. Each guy has had their own series, and both of them have done very well. Ezel this time has to run into a pile of white shirts, and it just keeps on moving. Man, that's a tough run by Jolly, and it looks like they'll give him the first down at the 42-yard line, pick it up to 5 yards. Wow, what a run by Jolly.
Yeah, because they had a blitz on. They blitzed right into the running play, but he just kept his feet moving, and with the help of the offensive line, just kind of moved the pile for a first down. Good play.
Have to try to get a hold of the final stats from Jack Stallard after the ball game today. I'd love to see how many yards the Rangers will run for. Of course, the Golden Norsemen have put up a lot of numbers, too. Jolly sweeping right side, has a little bit of room, and he breaks into the 40-yard line. Jolly to the 30, Jolly to the 20. Hasta la vista, baby. Touchdown, Kilgore College. Ezel Jolly with a big run for the score for the Rangers. A minute 46 left in the third quarter. NEO 53, Kilgore 47.
Good call there, Manny. Wondering how much yardage they've rushed for. We'll just tack on another, 55 or so?
What a run by Ezel Jolly of Kilgore College with a minute 46 to play. Man, I don't know what else to say, except that Troy's on for the point after out of the hole and Monsivias.
Yeah, that's about all you can say. Again, not a lot of defense being played right now.
All right. Choi awaiting the snap. Monsivias puts it down, and Choi knocks it through the uprights. The kick is good. Minute 46 left to go in the third quarter. New score, Northeastern Oklahoma 53, Kilgore College 48. Let's take a 60-second timeout on 600 AM KTVB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Kilgore College with a touchdown, a 55-yard run by Ezel Jolly, trailing Northeastern Oklahoma 53-48. A minute 46 left to go in the third quarter. Long kickoff, fielded at the 1, now up to the 5, into the 10. Left sideline to the 15 and the 20, up to the 25, the 30-yard line, and down at the 32-yard line. The return man for Northeastern Oklahoma, who has a touchdown today, Todd James. And we have more penalty flags on the play.
Yeah, it looks to be probably a hold on the return team, but number 30 for Kilgore College, Carlos Griffin, saved a touchdown there without the penalty because he was the last guy there and did a good job of making the tackle.
34-27 at the half. Northeastern Oklahoma scored 19 points in this third quarter. The Rangers have scored 21. So the penalty going against NEO with a minute 37 to play.
After the penalty mark off, the ball is spotted at the
So a minute 37 left. Ball at the 10-yard line after the penalties. And the holding penalty moves the ball back to the 10. It's a spot foul. So NEO starts at its own 10 with a minute 37 left in the third. First down. Double wide receivers to the left, one to the right. Cooksey will hand it off. And Quantrell Rocker will, looks like, gain nothing. Depends on which referee you're looking at. Near side, the line judge. Yep, they do mark it at the 10. No gain, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, defensive coordinator Russell Thompson just waved at his safety to back up. I think he's starting to realize that we can't have people being thrown behind us.
Cooksey on second down, fires it right side. Ball caught up to the 15 and the 16-yard line. Reception for NEO made by Tavares Steens, who has had a busy day for the Golden Norsemen with a minute 1 left in the third quarter.
Forced out of bounds by number 25, Corey Thompson.
So you have two wide receivers to the right, one to the left for the Golden Norsemen. Third down. All right, Cooksey barked out a signal, then looked at the sideline. He's back into his position in the shotgun. Third down. Cooksey will fire it right side. Ball caught at the 20. Depending on the spot of the catch, that could be a first down. Reception is made for the Golden Norseman by Antoine Woody, who has a touchdown today for Northeastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, nice job by the receiver knowing where he had to get. He got right to the first down, stopped there, and caught the ball. Not a lot of margin for error, but it was a first down.
17 seconds to play as the clock winds down in the third quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 53, Kilgore College 48. A lot of action in this ball game today. And you know what? We still got 15 minutes to play, at least, as the teams will decide to let the third quarter wind down. We have finished 3 quarters. Homecoming 2025 from R.E. St. John Memorial Stadium. Northeastern Oklahoma 53, Kilgore 48. We take a 60-second timeout on KTVB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
Team switching sides, Golden Norseman moving left to right from our broadcast position as we start the fourth quarter of play. Double wideouts to each side for NEO. NEO facing a first down and 10. Ball spotted at the 21-yard line. Woody making the last catch of the third quarter for a first down. This time a running play for the Golden Norseman, and I don't think it's going anywhere as that Blue Steel defense comes up with a nice stop. Ball carrier for NEO. We take a look at that number. I believe that was Quantrell Walker with a carry. Second down for Northeastern Oklahoma. No gain on the play, so it is a second down and 10. And double check the number. Yeah, that is Walker, who's in the backfield for NEO. Carson Cooksey's gone all the way at quarterback for the Golden Norseman. He's had his share of highlights today. Had a touchdown pass of 76 yards in the second quarter, and then has added to it during the course of the ball game. Cooksey fading back on second down and 10, gets away from a Ranger defender, rolling to his right, has a man upfield, and that is incomplete. And that could be very close to a penalty against Kilgore. Corey Thompson was battling Northeastern Oklahoma's Tavar Steens. No flags down on the play, I think, because both men were wrestling with each other.
Yeah, I think you're right, Manny. Plus, the ball was a little bit overthrown. If the ball was close to the wide receiver, there, it may have resulted in a defensive pass interference because there was some banging going on.
Following up on Cooksey, he's had 4 touchdown passes in today's ball game for Northeastern. Double wideouts to each side for the Golden Nors. Almost a minute into the fourth quarter in an exciting ball game. NEO 53, Kilgore 48. If NEO wins, they'll move into the number 2 spot and host a playoff game next week. Snap goes to Cooksey. Fading back. He's going to fire this over the middle. And it's caught at the 35 to the 40. Midfield stripe to the 40. Down to the 30. Down to the 20. Breaking a tackle and getting into the end zone. It's a Northeastern Oklahoma touchdown. What a play for the Golden Norseman. And that is Christian Bond with his 3rd touchdown of the ball game. 13:49 left. And the Golden Norsemen come up with another big strike for the TD. It's NEO 59 and Kilgore College 48.
Wow. That's it's amazing how many of these big plays have happened on third downs. 31-yard line.
69-yard pass play.
I think the over might be 1,000 yards.
You might be right. And it looks like NEO, are they going to line up for 2? Yeah, looks like the Golden Norsemen will line up for 2 here. They bring in a big package And it'll be a handoff, and Walker will go nowhere on the two-point conversion as he is swallowed up by Victor Thomas of Kilgore College. 13:49 left. We are in the fourth quarter. NEO 59, Kilgore College 48. Let's take a 60-second timeout on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
Back to R.A. St. John Memorial Stadium. Another 6 points for NEO, this time a 69-yard touchdown pass from Cooksey to Bond. So Bond with 3 touchdown receptions today. The two-point conversion attempt was no good for NEO. Short kickoff fielded at the 33 for Kilgore, up to the 40-yard line. Oh, the ball is loose, and it popped into Devontae Mosey's hands. And I'll tell you what, the Rangers are very fortunate. So with the return for Kilgore College to begin with, that was Chase Smith, a sophomore defensive back out of Longview. As he was trying to struggle upfield, he got popped. Ball popped out of his hands. Devontae Mosey retrieved it for Kilgore College. Rangers will end up losing about 5 yards in possession after that fumble popped backwards. Mosey did his job by saving the possession. Kilgore starts at its own 35-yard line.
No, absolutely right, Manny. Struggling for extra yardage, you're always going to be guys are going to be clawing at the ball, and you're right, it popped back right into the arms of Mosey. Good smart heads-up play.
So first down for Northeastern Oklahoma. Double widers to each side, rather for Kilgore College. My mistake. Oskowski, the quarterback, starting from the 35. 13:39 left in the fourth quarter. And the handoff. No, Oskowski pulls it out of Jolly's belly, and it'll scamper out of bounds at the 42. He'll pick up at least 7 on the play. Second down and 3 for the Kilgore Rangers. That's been an effective play for Kilgore today, but with 13:33 left in the fourth, and for some reason the scoreboard's not working over in the stadium. It's 59-48, but Kilgore has nothing on the scoreboard on the stadium. That's kind of a bummer. But the Rangers do really have 48 points. NEO just has more. Double wideouts to each side for the Rangers. They're stacked. Rangers with a second down and 3 from the 42. Oskowski fires the ball right side. He's going to chunk it out of bounds. I think he was just trying to get rid of it because his protection had buckled down.
Yeah, good job by the defensive end for Northeast Oklahoma. Wouldn't let the player block him and keep the quarterback in the pocket. Oskowski had nothing to do but throw the ball away.
Bond with 3 receptions for touchdowns, 24, 36, and 69. But again, NEO with a attempt. They tried a 2-point conversion attempt, and it was no good. They haven't been 100% successful on points after touchdowns today. Second down. This is going to be Jolly upfield. And Jolly will cross the 50, and he still keeps on going. That's why he's NJCAA Offensive Player of the Week last week. Had 247 yards against Blinn and a couple of touchdowns. Jolly powers his way forward to the 48-yard line and ends up picking up a first down for Kilgore with 12:46 to go.
Yeah, he had a good week last week, and he's going to end up with some fairly gaudy statistics this week as well, catching and running.
NEO player is now sitting down at the 40. It looks like he might have a cramp. Again, I'm not a doctor, but the way he came down and looks like he's trying to maybe massage a calf. I'm not sure. But you just don't sit down all the time to take a rest.
No, you're right, man. It's a cramp. I've noticed the Rangers as well starting to cramp up here a little bit late. It's late in the game. Been playing hard. Probably not hydrating as much as they should, and the old cramp monster jumps on you.
Well, we are technically in fall. It's 79 degrees, sunny skies right now in Kilgore. I mean, it does feel nicer than it did back in August, September.
Yeah, this is perfect football weather here.
But again, you're right, the hydration problem for Northeastern Oklahoma, the man sitting down getting some fluids now is Corey Williams. He's had a good ball game today for the Golden Norse. So right now, 12:31 to play, NEO 59, Kilgore College 48 on the Kilgore College Sports Network and on KTBB AM 600, your only news radio in East Texas. All right, so about back to action here in just a second. Corey Williams has been attended to. Referees are getting hydrated right now.
They cramp up from throwing too many flags.
I was wondering what you were going to say, Bob.
No, they've done a good job. You're right. They've been trying to just throw flags to keep the game under control.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job today.
Yeah,
They've been able to this game has not gotten out of hand, and there's probably a couple of times when it could have.
Absolutely
so they
right.
get a lot of credit for keeping control. Double wide receivers to each side for the Rangers. 1st and 10 from the 48 of the Golden Norseman. Oskowski is going to cut inside and use that big frame to get further. One of the NEO players tried to strip the football, but Liam Oskowski would not have any part of it. He's a big, strong young man. Oskowski hails from Calgary, Alberta. He's a transfer from Garden City Community College. That carry to the 42 is a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. Ezel Jolly, every time he touches the ball, you wonder if he's going to the house, but he picks up the necessary 4 yards for a first down at the 38-yard line of the Golden Norseman. And again, one of the Golden Norsemen's down on the turf. He's up now, so he's okay. So first down for the Rangers at NEO's 38-yard line. Liam is 6'5", 218 pounds. Not an easy man to put on the turf. Neither is this guy, Jolly. Jolly going right side toward the sideline, and he gets knocked out of bounds. I don't think that was late. It was close, but he was headed toward the sideline anyway. He's going to gain yardage to the 34. That'll be a pickup of 4 for Ezel. So 2nd down and 6, 11:28 to play. NEO's winning by 11, 59-48.
Yeah, you're right, man. Jolly's one of those talents that he touches the ball and he could go the distance on every play.
How about this guy, James Johnson, who had a 64-yard run today for a
thing.
touchdown. One of his touchdowns. This time NEO is keen on him, and James will get to the 35, so he'll lose a yard, and that'll be a 3rd down for the Rangers. They'll actually say he went back to the 36, so he lost a couple. So 3rd down for Kilgore, and they're on the stop that time for Northeastern Oklahoma as Javion Hill.
Yep, I think Johnson got a little dinged up on that play as well.
So 8 yards needed for the first down for the Rangers, 3rd and 8 from the NEO 36 with 10:35 to play.
Yeah, they're definitely in two-play territory. They're not going to punt here, whether they get it or not.
Oskowski rolling to his right. It's going to chunk it upfield, and that was almost caught and almost intercepted. Both could have happened there. On the coverage for Northeastern Oklahoma, doing a nice job of that, it's Omar Washington. So Omar Washington making a great play for NEO. Pass was intended on the far side of the field for Kilgore's Brandon Ward. The Rangers with a 4th and 8 from the NEO 36-yard line, 10:24 to go, down 59-48, and you're right, the Rangers have to go for it here. The officers are limited at this point.
Yeah, especially clock ticking away. They need to convert this.
Man in motion, left to right. Oskowski's rolling to his right, trying to get somebody open. Liam looking for help. He's going to go down. He will be sacked from behind at the 40-yard line. Great pursuit. This NEO defense is so fast. Great pursuit for the Golden Norsemen. Making the stop for NEO. Coming up from behind on the big quarterback, Oskowski, Ethan Hodges. Ethan Hodges makes the tackle for NEO.
Yeah, tough play for Liam there, quarterback. Doing everything he can, but with 4th down, maybe you just got to throw it. I mean, if you get an interception, it's no worse than what's going to happen now, but I guess he just couldn't see a receiver.
So double wideouts to the right, 1 to the left, make it 2 to the left. Golden Norseman first down at its own 40-yard line. And the handoff left side. NEO will probably start trying to pound the football now, maybe use up a little bit of time. The ball carrier for NEO was Josh Ames. And the man on the stop for the Kilgore College Rangers this time was Marquise Wilson, a freshman out of Joshua, Texas.
Yeah, you're right. They probably will try to eat some time, but, it's one of these games where you almost can't do that. That you're so used to these big plays that you're not very patient sometimes.
Yeah, does that take you out of your rhythm when you try to do that?
It does, Manny. Exactly right. That's a good point.
All right, second down for NEO and 7 from the 43-yard line, moving left to right in this fourth quarter. And coming upfield is Ames. He gets hit, but he's able to run through the tackle, gets upfield to the 47-yard line. Finally knocked onto the turf by Hope Tita, redshirt sophomore defensive end out of Houston for KC with 9:14 to go. Now we're looking at a third down.
Yeah, good play by the running back there. He was stopped a little bit short, got a little bit better yardage, make it manageable now 3rd and 3.
Double wideouts to the left, one to the right for the Golden Norsemen. In control of this one, in control of their own playoff destiny. They're already in to the playoffs. It's just a matter, are you second or are you third? Are you hosting a first-round game or going on the road? Cooksey will hand the ball off, and that's going to be a pickup of 2 to the 49 to make it a 4th and 1. The Ranger defense able to finally stuff the run. On the stop for Kilgore, one of the guys on the stop, Ramon Lara. There were more blue-shirted defenders there, like Nazir Freeman and then also Marquise Wilson again.
I bet you they're going to go for it here.
So that was Ames, stopped on the play. Josh Ames, who has a touchdown run today. He had a 65-yard touchdown run. Again, a lot of long-distance plays today. That's going to be Ames upfield, and he will put his head down, and like you said, Bob, he'll go for it and get a first down at the 48-yard line. Ends up picking up the 3 yards that he needed with 7:53 to play.
Yeah, that's exactly what you like to see out of your running back there. There's no dancing, there's no hesitancy. You just got to go in there, and if you got to run up the back of one of your own guys, do it, but get that yard.
One wide receiver to each side for NEO, content on milking the clock, hanging on to a 59-48 lead. The reason why we say hanging on is because the teams have scored quick today in this game. First down, snap. Cooksey's going to air this one out left side, and the ball is caught at the 15-yard line, to the 10, to the 5, struggling down to the 1-yard line. First and goal to go for Northeastern Oklahoma. Tavares Deans with a great catch for NEO with 7:19 to play.
Yeah, that was a great catch, Manny. And I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but all these long pass plays have been, you putting your corners on an island. There's been no safety help over the top. And if you got receivers that can catch the ball and a quarterback that can throw it right, you're really putting your defensive backs in an untenable position. You can't always cover them like that.
How about a pass? That's another plus 40-yard pass for Cooksey. First down goal to go Northeastern. Cooksey will hand the ball off right into the pile. Lotta tried to make the tackle, but I believe it's a touchdown. Yes, it is signaled a touchdown into the pile for Northeastern Oklahoma. Ames with a touchdown for NEO. Got a big block upfield by one of his offensive linemen. And Northeastern Oklahoma adds to the lead, 65-48. NEO over Kilgore. 6:34 left in the fourth quarter. 6:33 rather.
Yeah, that could be a backbreaker there. I know I'm playing on defense. At some point you just get tired of, can we even stop these guys? And you start to get down a little bit. So hopefully the offense can respond with a quick touchdown of their own now.
Cooksey takes the snap. NEO goes for 2. Ames goes up the middle. And he will be stopped shy of the goal line. So the 2-point conversion is no good for Northeastern Oklahoma. They've done very well at many things today, the Golden Norsemen, but one thing that has been trouble is points after touchdown. Again, they're stopped. That 2-point conversion attempt is no good. So 6:33 left in the fourth quarter. Northeastern 65, Kilgore College 48. We will take a 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
600 AM KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network, the KC YouTube channel. And there is the kickoff. It's taken at the 43-yard line. A little bit of a pooch kick there that's fielded by tight end Chris Bowman Jr. for Kilgore College. So with 6:32 to play, the Rangers find themselves down 65-48. One of our viewers today said this is going to end up looking like a basketball score, and you are exactly right. We are early into the college basketball season, and yeah, it is basketball. NEO 65, Kilgore 48, 6:32 to play. At least that's what the score looks like. It's been busy. Ames with 2 touchdown runs today. Cooksey with a pass that was well over 40 yards to set it up at the 1-yard line to Bond, who's had a good ball game today for Northeastern Oklahoma. Rather, Tavares Deans, excuse me. So first down for the Rangers at the 44-yard line. Double wideouts to each side. They're stacked for Kilgore. Oskowski takes the snap on first down. Left side at the 50-yard line and being taken down at the 48-yard line. The reception made by Jalen Mayon out of Conroe for Kilgore. And that'll be a pickup of 7, making it a second down and 3 from the 49. You know, the Rangers have had some trouble scoring this year, but last week they put 45 on Blinn, and right now they have 48 with 6:10 left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. That's a play you're seeing more now. Stack your receivers. First guy go up the field, the other guy run a quick slant underneath, and it's usually open.
Oskowski evades a tackler, fires it up ahead. The ball is caught and going out of bounds at the 46. That should be enough for the first down. Javion Showers with the reception. All they needed was 3, and Showers gets the 3 to the 46 and the first down. So the Rangers do get the first down with 5:39 left. Kilgore's trailing 65-48. You know, I look over at the scoreboard, right-hand side from where we're broadcasting, and Kilgore didn't have a score underneath it. I don't know if it's just because they blew out the lights or what, but, I mean,
broke the scoreboard.
65-48. Coming up the field for Kilgore College, the first carry of the ballgame for this young man, Zayden Collins. He's had some good outings toward the end of the season. He's an Oklahoman from Clinton, Oklahoma, Zayden Collins. First carry of the ball game, down to the 45, a pickup of 1, second down and 9.
Yeah, fatigue's probably setting in a little bit. You're starting to see players in the game now that you hadn't seen previously. I'm sure they're getting a little tired.
Oskowski, right side, and it is incomplete. Attempted for Titus Ivy. He's unable to come up with it. It was good coverage for NEO. Still, Tidy had an opportunity. Titus Ivy, I should say, had an opportunity on the coverage for the Golden Norsemen.
Yeah, Oskowski put the ball where it needed to be, outside the outside shoulder of the wide receiver. This time of day, I don't know if the sun was an issue there, but it looked like he had a chance to catch that ball.
I think that was Jaden Swanson who was on the coverage based on the number we saw on the field. So anyway, it is a third down for the Rangers. They have 9 for the first down at the 45 of the Golden Norsemen. And the snap is into the ground. Oskowski gets it. He evades a couple of tacklers somehow, fires it up ahead. Brandon Ward catches it, gets rocked, and loses his helmet after he makes the grab. That was a nice hit for the Golden Norsemen, and they might want to cut down on the celebration, although the referees aren't throwing a whole lot of flags for that.
Yeah, nice play by Oskowski there. He had a bad snap. Did as best he could to get some positive yardage. And you know it's going to go. We're going to go for it now. You can't afford to punt at this point in the game now.
It's Tavari Hampton who ends up making the play for Northeastern Oklahoma. He's had a good amount of plays on the defensive side today. 4:26 left, so it's fourth down for Kilgore at the 42-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma. The Rangers needing 6 for the first down.
Yeah, Kilgore's a little confused right now. They need to call a timeout. This is an important juncture of the game.
So a timeout called by the Kilgore College Rangers. 4:14 left to go in the fourth quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 65, Kilgore College 48. It's been a good one here. It's been a very active ball game. at RE St. John today on Homecoming Day 2025. We'll take this 60-second timeout on the KC Sports Network and on 600 AM KTBB.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, with advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine & Joint Hospital.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
Because there hasn't been a ton of sacks to take that yardage away.
We were talking during the timeout, you have to feel like there's over 1,000 yards of combined total offense in today's game, and you're right. There has not been a lot of sacks. Kilgore with a 4th down from the NEO 42-yard line, needing 6 for the first down with 4:14 left in the fourth quarter. Blitz coming. Oskowski stands in the pocket, and he looks like he's going to be sacked. It's like they're trying to jump on the big guy, and they take the ball away, but the referees are blowing the whistle now. So this is not going to count as a touchdown, and that will make this young man for NEO feel like highway robbery for Northeastern Oklahoma, stripping the ball, but the whistle probably had already blown. It was Roman Garcia. So the ball comes over on down. It will be Northeastern Oklahoma's football as Oskowski. There were about 5 guys that were in on top of him pretty quick, Bob. Oskowski didn't have much of a chance, and it will be NEO taking over on downs at the Kilgore 49 after the loss on the sack for the Rangers.
Nah, it was a good play by NEO there to pretty much, they did a cover 0, which means they're blitzing everybody and everybody's manned up, and they just assume they can get the quarterback, which they did. This Roman Garcia, the linebacker for Northeast Oklahoma, has had a good game. Good aggressive player.
He's a good size fellow, too.
Yep.
You don't have the height, weight listed on the NEO roster provided for us for today, but he is no small gentleman.
Yeah, other than no statistics, and they list him as a running back, everything else is right about him.
All right, so NEO has a new quarterback in. Carson Cooksey threw for the day, and he has been a fantastic quarterback today. First down, this will be a handoff for the Golden Norsemen, and they just keep on plowing over the Rangers with a running game. Ball down to the Kilgore 46-yard line, and that'll end up being a pickup of 6, 2nd down and 4. In a quarterback for Northeastern Oklahoma now, it is Trajan Williamson, hailing from Baltimore, Maryland, according to our roster. 2nd down for NEO. Williamson on a quarterback keeper, and he almost breaks a tackle for a touchdown. Ends up being a first down at the 34-yard line of Northeastern Oklahoma with 3:19 to play. Rather, 34-yard line of Kilgore College, I should say. New running back in also for Northeastern Oklahoma on this possession. It is Maddox Shelby. Double wide receivers to the right, one to the left. Williamson, the quarterback for NEO, hands it off. Shelby with a carry. And boy, NEO is just powering over this Kilgore team. Again, the Rangers defense probably tired. And offense, you probably put in some fresh legs and some fresh offensive linemen, and they'll just keep things going. On the tackle for the Rangers, Marquise Hill. It ends up being a pickup to the Kilgore 27. That's a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4 with 2:33 left.
Yeah, from an offensive standpoint now, you got some reserves in, and trust me, they want to score a touchdown. There's no mercy at this point in the game.
Double wides to the right, one to the left for Northeastern Oklahoma. And this will be another handoff for NEO. Shelby just keeps his legs moving. And, wow, just powering upfield down to the 16-yard line of the Rangers. And there's another first down for Northeastern Oklahoma. And we're coming up on the 2-minute timeout, and here it is. So the ball down to the 16-yard line, a 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Northeastern Oklahoma 65, Kilgore College 48. We will take this 60-second timeout on AM 600 KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. Back to action at RA St. John Memorial Stadium with 1:50 to play in the fourth quarter. Quarterback Williamson keeping the ball for Northeastern Oklahoma. He'll get to the Kilgore 14. That's a gain of 2, second down and 8. 1:40 to play. Neither team, I think, is going to be interested in stopping the clock. NEO is up by 17, 65 to 48. NEO is on its way to clinching the number 2 seed and hosting a playoff game next week. Williamson will hand the ball off one more time down to the 11-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 3 and a third down for Northeastern Oklahoma. Ball carrier for NEO. He's had the last 2 carries for Northeastern Oklahoma. Trying to double check that number. I'm not sure if I have that one on the roster, Bob. Let me check it. No, that is Shelby. So Shelby is in the ball game. Maddox Shelby. 51 seconds to play. Double wide receivers to the right, one to the left for the Golden Norsemen. Williamson takes the snap. He's going to keep it left side to the 10. He'll get to the 5, and the Rangers are able to body him up. Nice job. One-on-one tackle for Kilgore College by J. Taylor Anderson, who stood up the big quarterback with 35.7 to go. One of the Rangers getting up slowly at the 10-yard line.
Yeah, that was a great play by the defensive back there, because that quarterback is bringing 220, 230 with him, it looks like, and he stood him up and stopped him in his tracks, stopped the touchdown.
6-yard pickup, first and goal from the 5 for NEO with 29 seconds to play. Double wide receivers to the right, one to the left. There's the snap. Williamson will hand it off to Shelby, and he is going to be wrestled to the ground at the 5-yard line by Kilgore's Brock Reddick. 10 seconds left, and that's going to be the ball game, and Northeastern Oklahoma A&M has ruined homecoming for Kilgore College this afternoon. The final score from RE St. John Memorial Stadium in Kilgore, Northeastern Oklahoma 65 and Kilgore College 48. And Northeastern Oklahoma will be the number 2 seed heading to next week's Southwest Junior College Football Conference playoffs by virtue of having the tiebreaker over Trinity Valley Community College, NEO at 5-2, and the win gives them the number 2 seed. So congratulations to Northeastern Oklahoma's Golden Norsemen, Coach Zach Crissup, getting NEO back into the playoffs, and NEO will be the number 2 seed into the conference semifinals next week. So NEO will host a playoff game. Trinity Valley Community College will be the number 3 seed, and they'll be going to Miami next week, according to what we are figuring out. Again, conference meeting will take place tomorrow, and at that point, all the official stuff will come down, and we'll have that for you on our Kilgore College athletics pages on the website, and of course on our Facebook and Twitter page for KC Athletics as well. But nonetheless, NEO has defeated Kilgore 65-48. Final score on homecoming 2025 for the Kilgore College football team. Let's take this time out as we head to our Ranger football postgame show on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network. We'll come back and look at the final scoring summary for today's ball game, and also we'll take a look at final stats as well and wrap things up for the season from R.A. St. John Memorial Stadium. NEO 65, Kilgore 48. This time out, heading to the postgame show on KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network.
Whether you're a competitive athlete ready to up your game, or a busy professional trying to get back into the swing of things, or a little pitcher with a big arm, with advanced diagnostic tools and a comprehensive biomechanics lab, Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Sports Medicine provides you access to a top-tier facility, a seasoned staff of medical experts, and the trust of over 30 local sports teams. Get your season started right with physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Hospital.
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Passing the competition by leaps and bounds. The team of world-class specialists at Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute are experts in caring for bones, joints, and muscles. In addition to treatment, they also provide special programs designed to keep you in optimal shape and improve athletic performance. So whether you're a student athlete or a weekend warrior, they'll keep you at the top of your game. Christus Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute, taking orthopedic care a step further.
Whether it is in our drive-thru or in our dining room, it'll always be our pleasure at Chick-fil-A to give you the best dining experience possible.
TBB. Final score in the final game of the season for Kilgore College, Northeastern Oklahoma 65 and Kilgore College 48. So with the loss, the Rangers fall to 2-5 in Southwest Junior College Football Conference play and at 4-5 overall, and that loss will knock Kilgore College out of the playoffs. For Northeastern Oklahoma, they are 5-2 in conference play and 5-4 overall, and they clinched the number 2 seed in the SWJCFC football standings and will host a semifinal game in Miami, Oklahoma next week. More than likely against Trinity Valley, which will be the number 3 seed. That'll be a rematch of last week's game in which NEO went on the road to Athens and defeated Trinity Valley by a final score of 38-31. So for Kilgore College today, the final game of the season, it's a rarity that the Rangers missed the playoffs. Been a tough year for Kilgore. We announced their conference record at 2-5. The Rangers were 4-5 overall, are 4-5 overall, so all 5 of the losses come in conference play. That does not happen very often for Kilgore College. For Northeastern Oklahoma, 5-2 in conference, 5-4 overall. All of NEO's wins came in conference play. And so NEO and Zach Crisp, congratulations to them as they deserve their trip to the playoffs. Coach Crisp in his 6th season taking NEO to playoff action next week at home in Miami, Oklahoma. Tough year for the Rangers. Lots of injuries, especially in the secondary, and that might have shown up some in this ball game today, but Coach Gooden will make no excuses. The Rangers just didn't have the horses that they needed to keep up with NEO, although it seemed like they did for a lot of the ball game today, Bob. Still, it was NEO that came away with a big win, 65-48.
Yeah, at the beginning of the game, it looked like we were going to be able to compete. I saw a little struggling on the NEO side on offense, but they finally found the rhythm, and at that point, like you've said, it ended up being a track meet for most of the game.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the scoring summary for today's ball game. And we start back in the first quarter. If you joined us late in the first quarter, NEO took the opening kickoff 80 yards for a touchdown as they scored 14 seconds into the first quarter of play. And that was Todd James with an 80-yard kickoff return for the score. Extra point kick was good by Price Burgess at 14:46 of the first quarter. NEO jumping out to a 7-0 lead. Kilgore tied it at 7 as James Johnson scored on a 24-yard touchdown run. Guangwu Choi with the extra point kick, and that's how the first quarter ended. NEO 7 and Kilgore College 7. So into the second quarter we go. NEO outscored Kilgore 27-20 in the second quarter. Choi got the first points of the second quarter at the 14:53 mark, just 7 seconds in to finish off a drive. Choi kicking a 41-yard field goal for the Rangers, and Kilgore at that time went up 10-7. NEO was able to grab the lead back at 13:35 of the second quarter on the ensuing drive on a 65-yard touchdown run by Josh Ames. The extra point kick was blocked, but NEO regaining the lead 13-10. NEO added to the lead later on a 76-yard touchdown pass, Cooksey to Graham. And Cooksey had a whale of a ball game, Carson Cooksey, for Northeastern Oklahoma. 9:57 left in the second quarter. Burgess with the extra point kick. NEO extends its lead over Kilgore College to 20-10. Kilgore College able to get on the scoreboard at 8:10 of the second quarter as Jolly scored on an 81-yard touchdown run for KC. Ezel Jolly, who was the National Player of the Week last week with his 247-yard effort in the win over Blinn on the road in Brenham, has an 81-yard touchdown run. 8:10 of the second quarter. NEO countered with two more scores. First of all, the 54-yard touchdown run by Quantrell Walker. Burgess with the extra point kick at 5:43 of the second quarter. And then later on, Cooksey with his second touchdown pass of the game at that time, a 24-yard strike to Christian Bond. Burgess with the extra point kick at 3:07 of the second quarter. And by the way, that score was just a 27-yard drive, or that drive was a 27-yard drive because of NEO being able to block a punt and getting the ball in great field position. Kilgore College answered back at 2:30 of the second quarter, finishing off a 70-yard drive with a 55-yard touchdown run by James Johnson. Choi with the extra point kick, and that was the last score of the second quarter at 2:30 of the second quarter. Johnson with a 55-yard touchdown run, and the score at the half was Northeastern Oklahoma 34 and Kilgore 27. NEO outscored Kilgore in the second quarter 27-20. At that point, we knew that we were in for a high-scoring ball game because no matter what adjustments you could try to make on defense, the offenses were not going to slow down today.
No, and it's one of those things where it kind of snowballs and it just keeps going and going, and sometimes you just can't get out of the way. You just know it's going to be going on.
And it continued to go on for both of these football teams, starting in the third quarter, 11:49 to play in the third. 36-yard touchdown pass from Cooksey to Bond for Northeastern Oklahoma. The second time that those two men connected. That was Cooksey's third touchdown pass of the ball game, but the two-point conversion pass was no good for Northeastern Oklahoma. Again, if they did anything wrong today, they had some penalties they shouldn't have had, number one. But number two, they had trouble converting points after touchdown. That two-point conversion pass was no good, but Cooksey got it to Bond for 36 yards for the touchdown, and Northeastern Oklahoma just keeps on going. In the third quarter, Kilgore College answering, 8:53 left in the third quarter. Ezel Jolly on a 16-yard touchdown run. Ezel Jolly, by the way, with 3 touchdown runs today for Kilgore College. Choi with the extra point kick at 8:53 of the third quarter. NEO answers on a 40-yard touchdown pass as Cooksey connected with Antoine Woody for Northeastern Oklahoma. Burgess with the extra point kick. That happened at 7:59 of the third quarter. NEO again with another touchdown at 4:53 of the third quarter. Caldwell with an 80-yard touchdown run for Northeastern Oklahoma. Johnny Caldwell, extra point kick was blocked for NEO. Kilgore College came back with a score in the third quarter at 4:42 of the third on a 64-yard touchdown run by James Johnson. Choi with the extra point kick at 4:42 of the third quarter. And then Jolly finished off the third quarter scoring for Kilgore with a 55-yard run at 1:46 of the third quarter. And Choi with the extra point kick. Kilgore outscored NEO 21-19 in the third quarter. NEO leading 53-48 after 3 quarters of play. Kilgore very much in the ball game, but then in the fourth quarter, the Rangers could not get into the end zone. They could not get on the scoreboard. NEO scoring 12 points in the fourth quarter at 13:49 of the fourth. A 69-yard touchdown pass from Cooksey to Bond. The 2-point conversion run was failed. It was a bad snap for NEO, and the run was no good to try to get into the end zone for some kind of points after touchdown. And then at 6:33 of the fourth quarter, the final touchdown of the game for NEO. Ames with a 1-yard touchdown run, set up with a nice pass at Cooksey with a plus 40-yard pass to get the ball down to the 1-yard line. The receiver on his end, once again, was Tavares Deans. You know, Deans made a lot of catches, a lot of big plays today. Didn't get into the end zone, but he sure set up NEO for some scores. Ames with a 1-yard run, 2-point conversion attempt, no good. 6:33 left in the fourth quarter. That brings us to the final score of NEO 65, Kilgore 48. Kilgore very much in the ball game into the fourth quarter, Bob, until they couldn't score in the fourth.
Yeah, like I said, it just kind of snowballed, and I think Kilgore came in here with the idea that we're gonna stop the run, and they did play their safeties kind of close up into the box and left the corners on an island out there, so to speak. And sometimes that's not fair because it's hard to cover some of these good fast wide receivers one-on-one and with no help over the top. And it kind of bit them in the keister, if you will, because there were a number of long passes.
Is that a northern term?
It's a polite term on the radio.
Well, thank you for your politeness. We appreciate it. But, you know, it was a good ball game today. I mean, there's a lot of entertainment for the fans here, no matter what side of the stands you were sitting on. It was a very entertaining ball game. Each team, each set of fans had a lot to cheer about. NEO has a lot more to cheer about because not only do they have the win to close out the regular season, but that clinches their number 2 seed going into the playoffs. So, again, congratulations to the Golden Norsemen. Tough loss for the Rangers, very much in this ball game until the fourth quarter. And I think NEO just dialed up a lot of defense in the fourth. You saw a lot more blitzing coming from NEO. They made sure they had more men than the Rangers could block. And they did get to Oskowski a lot more in the fourth quarter, certainly taking Liam out of his ball game because the Rangers were in a good rhythm up until the fourth.
Absolutely. Liam played a good game. He did have some pressure on him. He got off his first receiver, went to his second and third a number of times, and had a lot of runs as well. But, again, it just got a little bit out of hand, and sometimes you just can't stop it, and it just keeps going and going and going, which ended up to these huge, large scores.
Well, look at the Rangers scoring. Johnson with a 24-yard run, Choi with a 41-yard field goal, Jolly with an 81-yard run, Johnson with a 55-yard run, Jolly with a 16-yard run, Johnson with a 64-yard run, Jolly with a 55-yard run. The Rangers could not get a touchdown pass today. Now, if you love running the football, you're not complaining. You score 48 points. That just was not enough today against Northeastern Oklahoma. So the Rangers lose at 65-48. Again, Northeastern 5-2 overall, 5-4 overall, 5-2 in conference play, finishing as the 2 seed. Kilgore is 4-5 overall and 2-5 in conference play. Let's take this time out here on the Kilgore College Sports Network and on KTBB. When we come back, we'll have a look at some final stats for today's ball game. That is coming up on the Ranger Football Postgame Show on KTBB and the KC Sports Network.
You want me to...
All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. and they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you. All across East Texas and around the world, former Kilgore College students are working hard for their best life. They're building a brighter future. They're moving in the right direction. They're in powerful positions. And they're superheroes protecting and serving. If you're ready to work for your best life, put Kilgore College to work for you.
Sports Network. Glad to have you back with us for the continuation of our post-game show. Bob Brewer has a look at our final stats. Bob, what do you have for us right now?
Well, first off, I have a lot of big numbers.
I wonder why.
Yeah. KC had 409 yards rushing and 154 yards passing for a total of 563. NEO had 33 rushes for 293 yards, 11 of 20 for 317 yards in passing for a total of 610. So that brings the cumulative total between the two teams of over 1,000 yards, 1,173. For the Rangers, Ezel Jolly had his second 200-yard game back-to-back. He was 18 for 205 yards and 3 touchdowns and threw in 3 receptions for 40 yards. So a great game again by him. James Johnson had 14 attempts for 164 yards and 3 touchdowns himself. So the running game was certainly up to par today. In passing, Lee Moskowski was 12 for 23 for 139 and threw in 49 rush yards. Quantrell Walker for NEO had 9 rushes for 60 yards. Connor Muldowney had 8 for 84, and Johnny Caldwell had 6 for 102. Carson Cockery was 11 for 20 for 317 yards, so he averaged over 20 yards a reception, or I should say a pass. Just quickly for a scoring plays, KC had a 24-yard run, an 81-yard run, a 55-yard run, a 16-yard run, a 64-yard run, and a 55-yard run. For NEO, they had an 85 kickoff return, 65 run, 76 pass, 54 run. I'll stop there. It's just total of 1,173 total yards with 113 points scored. So, like one of the viewers, I think, texted you or was online or something, but said it's going to sound like a basketball game, and it really does. A fast break basketball game.
Starting off with an 85-yard kickoff return by Todd James, ended up with a 1-yard run by Ames of Northeastern Oklahoma. James started it, Ames finished it, and ends up winning the ball game 65-48 over Kilgore College. I want to thank Jack Stallard from the Longview News Journal for providing us with all those stats, and Bob, thank you for giving us all those important numbers today. Some big numbers on the field today offensively for these two teams. Defensive coordinators will have a lot to talk about, I'm sure. For NEO, they'll want to shore up some things before we head to the playoffs next week against a team that they defeated last week. Trinity Valley will fall to the number 3 seed. Their regular season is over. So they have a week off going into next week's playoff game on the road at Northeastern, Oklahoma. Northeastern has the momentum, but certainly they want to shore up some things on defense because Kilgore scores 48 points and puts up a lot of yards rushing on the Golden Norseman defense.
Yeah, you can't. You got to take some positives from it. If they're going to prepare for the playoffs, they need to shore up the defense.
Want to pass on some scores before we close out our broadcast today. Southwest Junior College Football Conference scores. Thanks to Mike Montford from Corsicana for providing us these scores. Mike is such a great help to us and to Region 14 overall with all of the scores that he provides for us, all the things that he does for Region 14. And again, we thank him for his friendship and for his help during our broadcast. So Northeastern Oklahoma with a win over Kilgore again by a final score of 65-48. Also today, Navarro College leading New Mexico Military 35-19, 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And that will dampen New Mexico Military's chances of trying to tie for that fourth spot and see how a tiebreaker works out for them. Again, Kilgore's chances are taken care of because of the loss today. And Blinn at Cisco, that's an important game that started at 3. We don't have any scores on that one as of yet. But, Mike, thank you so much for providing the scores that you did for us today. As we're wrapping up our broadcast today, I want to thank Bob Brewer for helping us out during the course of the season. Bob, thank you so much for your expertise today and throughout the season. I appreciate it, Bob. And, we're glad to have you with us. I mean, we got a professional football player in the house, and we just thank you so much for that, Bob. Also, thanks as well to Kevin Simon of KTBB, who helped us out with some of the broadcasts. Thanks to our engineer today, Jace Malone, for all of his help in keeping us on the air on 600 AM KTBB. Of course, we want to thank you, our listeners, and our viewers with us on the Kilgore College Sports Network and on the radio today on KTBB for joining us for the broadcast. Our broadcast sponsors for this season of Kilgore College football include TA Sports, Mazzio's Pizza of Kilgore, Energy Well Fab Incorporated, Azalea Orthopedics, Baylor Scott & White, Austin Bank, also Christus Orthopedics. As well, we want to thank Whataburger of Kilgore. We do want to thank as well Landbridge Properties for supporting us for our radio broadcast. Don Carroll, former Kilgore College football player in the KC Hall of Fame, by the way. And we do thank all of our sponsors for their support of our broadcast for KC football. We'll have Kilgore College basketball, of course, coming up on the Kilgore College Sports Network on our KC YouTube channel. So make sure you check out our social media sites as well as the KC Athletics page for Kilgore College basketball broadcast. And we'll have softball later on in the spring on the KC Sports Network. So that wraps up our broadcast season of Kilgore College football. Once again, our final score from Maury St. John Memorial Stadium in Kilgore, Texas. The Northeastern Oklahoma A&M Golden Norsemen 65 and the Kilgore College Rangers 48. For all of us at KTBB and the Kilgore College Sports Network, this is Manny Almanza saying so long from Kilgore.